Hello and welcome to the final heat stay of the 2022 Rotax Max Challenge Euro Trophy season, being hosted here in Bavaria in southern Germany at the Pro-Kart Raceland circuit in Wackersdorf. Good morning, it's Alex Goldschmidt, your official commentator up in the commentary position, and as you can see on your screens at home, the weather has taken a dramatic shift. This morning we had a deluge of rainfall just before morning warm-up. So the drivers have had to quickly adapt to the conditions. Over the course of the day today, we're going to have 15 heats, which will then decide the respective grids for the finals tomorrow. And at the end of tomorrow afternoon's action, where we should have a total of 24 races, with 4 classes powered by Rotax in competition, we will then crown our final 4 champions and also give away the final 9 tickets for this year's running of the Rotax Max Challenge Grand Finals, which in 64 days' time will head to the Cartódromo Internacional do Algarve in Portimão in Portugal. And it will be the 5th time that the Grand Finals will have ventured to the Algarve. So looking back over yesterday, we had some very, very tight battles over pole position in the respective classes. And by just literally, sometimes pole positions were being decided by a minimum of 1/1000th of a second. We found that out between Gustav Zusakovs, who took his 2nd pole position of the season by 1/1000th ahead of Kasper Schrommens. I actually had a quick catch-up with a young Dutchman from JJ Racing this morning who said it's exactly the reverse of what happened to me last week at Kerpen at the Belgian Max Challenge. And I said, well, sometimes lightning does strike twice, but for you it struck in a different order, didn't it? But it's going to be a pretty interesting affair. The juniors are going to have 3 heats. Senior Rotax, biggest contingent here this race weekend, 42 different drivers. There'll be 6 heats. Each driver will take part in 3 respective heats, and then after that we'll decide who will be automatically going through to the 2 finals tomorrow. The remaining 12 drivers will be going through to the 2nd chance heat, which will take place tomorrow morning, and will kickstart finals day action at 10:10 tomorrow local time. In senior group qualifying, it was Nevio Fischer from Germany that put it on pole position, but also in the first heat later on today, we'll have an all-Kraft Motorsport front row. Janis Stiak, who earlier on this week announced that he will be racing in the Porsche Carrera Cup Deutschland next year, and is also in the running for this year's Rotax Max Challenge Germany Championship in seniors. They will line up on the front row for the first heat for Groups A versus B. In DD2 qualifying, it was Ville Villainen that took pole position yesterday. And then we've had some interesting statistics come through this race season, where we've had now 4 different pole position sitters from all 4 of the DD2 Masters classification in qualifying. Back at the opening round at Karting Genk, it was Michael Becker. Round 2, it was Karl Klebor from Belgium, who's not taking part this weekend. Then it was Dennis Thum, the current championship leader, by just 30 points coming into the final round. And yesterday, it's his nearest challenger to the championship crown, Lithuania's Martinas Stankevičius, that took pole position. So in around about 11 minutes' time, we'll be getting underway with our first heat, which will be Junior Heat 1. So a total of 15 races. Then the running order will be Junior Rotax Heat 1. Then it will be Senior Rotax Heat 1 at 10:50 local time. Heat 1 will be comprised of Groups A and B. Heat number 2 for seniors will take place at 11:10 this morning, with Groups C and D in action. DD2 will then have their first of 3 heats at 11:30, where we'll have the best part of just over 30 drivers competing. And then DD2 Masters will have them closing things out towards the lunch break. And also for those watching at home, we will have a little bit of a lunchtime show for you. I managed to catch up with a couple of drivers yesterday, so you'll get to hear from them directly. Then we'll have the lunch break from 12:10 until 1:30 p.m. local time. Then Junior Rotax kick-starts the heat action at 10 minutes past 1 with Heat 2. And then we'll have all remaining heats, and there'll be 10 races this afternoon. There you see on your screens, there's our pole position sitter, Gustav Zusakovs from Latvia. And interesting stat for Latvia in terms of the pole position secured this year. It's not just been, well, there's been a little bit of happy hunting ground for Latvia in terms of the pole positions. 3 in total this season. 2 for Gustavs Jusakovs and 1 for Tom Strela, who came ever so close to taking the Minimax crown, which eventually went to Boris Maximov. There's Kasper Schomans going through shot. Leon Zelenko, this year's Rotax Max Challenge International Trophy winner. There's Mikkel Pedersen from Denmark, who, when I first met him, he was running in RS competition now with JJ Racing. There's Mike van Vrucht, a former champion back in 2018 and 2019. He's with Enzo Boll from SP Motorsport. And Enzo currently in the running for either 2nd or 3rd in the championship, along with the likes of Tommy van der Sloys. And there is Tommy van der Sloys. There, 2 thumbs up from the boys there. And quite funny having a chat with Tommy's dad, Martin, yesterday, that Tommy's actually slightly taller than he is, and he's only 13. That's a worrying sight, because I get the Richard Hammond complex all over again. But as you can see, wet tyres on, wet suits. We have the number 252. That's Georgios Kafantaris from Greece. And I think that might be Dion van Werven's cart just going through shot, the 270. There's Leandro Fischer, brother of Nevio, who will be starting on the front row for the first senior Rotax heat. So the conditions not exactly favourable. There's Alejandro Vidmar running on the Cosmic chassis there. Will be starting in 17th position. An easy one for Maximilian Schreier on the Mach 1 chassis with Kart Schmid. There you can see quite a lengthy train. Noah Janssen at the back there in the 231. Sebastian Koch for Dams Racing, running in the 223, and then just behind, I think that is Thomas Rudokas' chassis. We wished Thomas a very, well, we did play a little bit of a prank. A big thank you to Martina Stankovic for getting in touch with me back in the 2nd weekend of July, where we wished him happy birthday that weekend. So Tino Sidler there, younger brother of Mario Sidler. Mario not here this weekend, normally runs in seniors. So hopefully we'll see some good pace from Vic Stevens in the warm-up session this morning. There's Martin Ernesto Varga with the KF Racing Team running on the Croc Promotion chassis. So drivers now being called to the front of the dummy grid by our clerk of the course. So obviously with the dramatic shift in weather conditions, they're going to be instructed just on how he wants things to play out. They've got 3 heats, and obviously for those new to karting, thank you for joining us first of all. For those wondering about how points are scored in the heats, well, the higher up the grid you are, if you get a win, it's 0 points. So the less points you score, the higher up on the ranking after heats you will be come the end of the racing today, as they're all being instructed. Olivier Yonkers on the right and Vic Stevens on the left-hand side. Also spot Bolowet. Lotus Tveen being mechanic by former junior Rotax driver that was competing with the likes of Mike van Vrucht and a few others back in 2018, is being mechanic by Mads Ries. Maximilian Schreier on the left. So just an in-depth explanation from the clerk of the course, just sort of like saying, right, this is what I want to happen. Because there is a significant amount of standing water. That's going to cause problems with regards to visibility. So if you are at the front of the grid with Jusakovs and Schormans, you're going to have an easier time So the driver's attention very much fixed on what is being instructed to them. So the weather is not on our side, neither is the temperature. We're actually in single digits still at the moment, and hopefully that will improve over the course of the day. So looking at the amount of wins so far through both heats, second chance heats, and also finals, Ethan Jeff Horn has actually had the biggest amount, 9 out of 22 races so far this season. He's taken 9 of them. Austin Lee has been in the mix, showed great composure earlier on this season. He's picked up 4, Vinnie Phillips 2, Adam Krepsik, Jol Poyula, Enzo Boller's taken 2, Leon Zelenko 1, Mateo Denkovic and Tommy van der Stroys. The latter 3 taking 1 apiece. So Tino Sidler, who is going to be starting 22nd on the outside of row number 11. Wishing Leon Zelenko, his teammate at JJ Racing, all the very best of luck. So that just goes to show the camaraderie within the awnings. There's always a lot of banter that happens behind the scenes, but very shortly the mechanics will be asked to clear the pre-grid as we are 3 minutes away from our first of 15 heats. And there is Mads Rees walking through the shot just there. Final instructions, but they will be told, right, you got to get yourself, you got to get yourselves out of here. And now this is the time where the drivers begin to focus. They'll be visualizing what they need to do in the race, and especially if you are at the back end of the order, you are going to need to have your A game on point. So the junior Rotax heats will be over a duration of 7 minutes plus an additional lap. All other races today, so for seniors, DD2 and DD2 Masters, will take place over 10 minutes plus an additional lap. This circuit, 1,222 meters in length, 14 turns. Widths anywhere between 9 to 12 meters on the circuit itself. 8 turns to the right, 6 to the left. As they say, it is the calm before the storm. So the drivers will have to be on their A game. They will have to measure the conditions correctly because the rain is continuing to hit its way down onto the circuit. Brollies are up, coats are on, caps are on, hoods up and all that. Just got a message, from Tony Hogg over in the UAE. I hope it's nice and sunny over there. Nice weather for ducks. That's exactly what I've been saying this morning as we are seconds away from the green light flashing at the end of the dummy grid for the first junior Rotax heat here today. Right, let's get you into the mix for racing here on Heats Day. Here's your starting grid for Junior Rotax Heat number 1. On the front row from pole position, it's going to be Latvia's Gustavs Usakovs, who pipped the Netherlands' Kasper Schormans by just 1/1000th. They line up on the front row. It's an all-JJ racing affair on row 2, with Croatia's Leon Zelenko and Germany's Austin Lee. Mikkel Pedersen and Alberto Kiko Fracassi round out the top 6 positions, with Enzo Bol, Dion van Verven, Tommy van der Stroys and Belgium's Boulouet rounding out the top 10. Georgios Kafantaris and Aaron Krepsik round out row 6 ahead of Leandro Fischer and Max Cuthbert. Scott Marsh and Maxim Sechurko, row 8. Row 9, Alejaz Vidmar and Martin Ernesto Varga, with Maximilian Schreier and Vic Stevens completing the top 20. Rounding out the 27 strong grid, it's Lotus Tveen, Tino Sidler, Sebastian Koch, Olivier Jonkers, Thomas Rudokas, Christoph Sala and Noah Janssen. The drivers now head onto their formation lap ahead of 7 minutes plus 1 lap of racing. And hello to Jen Wade, watching from Norway at the moment. Yeah, qualifying, quite interesting. It was actually quite dry, to be honest with you. But in the sessions earlier on in the day, we did have some rainfall. So we will find out how the drivers did find it a bit having to tread on like eggshells this morning, as early in the warm-up a couple of juniors did actually go off track. They weren't the only ones. We did have a couple of times where the whilst weaving, just keep it a bit calm, Boulouet. He nearly went off onto the grass on the formation lap coming out of turn number 11. With 27 Junior Rotax drivers, this will set the initial tone for what we could expect over the course of the day. So now the rest of the drivers try and get themselves into position as they are in the 2x2 side-by-side formation. Out of turn number 14, the revs rise. They go into the tram lines. Here we go. Lights are out. We are underway. Good start from Schormans, who pushes Usakovs, who gets back up the inside going into turns 2 and 3. And, very, very wide indeed through turn number 3, but Usakovs keeps the lead. Austin Lee now up into second. Usakovs drifts wide going through turn 4. Austin Lee ran the outside through turn 5, has to back out of it. Schormans sideways, keeps it under control. And Zelenko looks to go up the inside. Schreier's tangled with one of the drivers. We've got one already off, and someone's gone rally crossing. It's very, very dirty around the outside. Looks to be the 273 Max Cuthbert possibly that might have just gone off on the exit of turn number 6. Everyone is really, really struggling. Schormans on the run off area coming out of turn 10. Enzo Bol powers it round the outside in the Kart Republic chassis as Austin Lee leads the way in the wet. And great use of the curbing there by Leon Zelenko. Gets up the inside. Enzo Bol gets the run on him coming out of turn number 11 through into the final hairpin. And a little bit sideways, I think that might have been from Alberto Kiko Fracassi, the Italian, who looks to be down in around about 7th or 8th position. Austin Lee comes out of the final corner, leads after lap number 1. Second, it's Gustavs Usakovs, Zelenko, Bol, Schormans, Van Verven. Van der Stroy's now up into 7th. Pedersen down to 9th. So Max Cuthbert did go rally crossing, unfortunately. There was a turnaround through turn number 5 as we've got more dramas up at turn number 4. One driver was was up on the actual incline, and then all of a sudden was pointing the right direction but was not actually making any forward momentum as such. And it is really treacherous out there. These drivers are really having to negate the throttle manipulation. Enzo Bol through turn number 11 sends it up the inside of Leon Zelenko. Kasper Schormans is with them. That's the battle for P3. But Usakovs is trying to chase down Austin Lee for the race lead. Austin Lee's race lead last time around was just under 0.6 of a second out of turn number 14. As now, that's a bit brave from Leon Zelenko, keeping it hanging around the outside of turn number 14 on Kasper Schormans, and still stays in 4th position. But Enzo Bol on the move right now, but the gap between Usakovs and Bol is just over 2.1 seconds. A switch back between Zelenko and Schormans for P4 through turn number 4. But Austin Lee is starting to comfortably extend that gap, but it looks to be closing in the braking zones for turn number 6. Van der Stroy's at the moment is on his way up the order. Now, Tommy van der Stroy started 9th. He's now up into 6th position. Christoph Sala looks to have been retired from the race, and a 5-second penalty has gone the way to Scott Marsh, the 222 from Great Britain, currently running in 16th position behind Boulouette. The main thing is that you've got to get yourselves through the heats, and then tomorrow is going to be a completely different atmosphere altogether. Austin Lee continues to lead after lap number 3. Pulls his gap to just over a second over Usakov's. Bol, Schormans, Zelenko, Van der Stroy side by side between Mikkel Pedersen and Maxim Sachurko running in P8. Great showing by the Lithuanian. Aaron Krepsik and Vic Stevens complete the top 10. Tino Sidler has made his way up to 20th position from 22nd. Still very much nip and tuck between Enzo Bol and Kasper Schormans in the battle for the 3rd position. Well past the halfway point. Just 3 minutes and 3 minutes plus an additional lap, and we've had more dramas. Oh, right, 253 has been involved. That is Maximilian Schreier, as Schormans was looking up the inside there on Enzo Bol. Through turn 11, through turn 12, the Dutchman takes a tighter line, but great switchback anticipation there from Enzo Bol through turn number 12. Gets ahead of the 240 from JJ Racing, their line astern. Schorman's got to watch his proximity to the rear bumper, as Austin Lee has nearly a 1.5 second gap over Gustav Usakovs. But this battle for P3 really heating up. Schormans is trying to do everything to get past Enzo Bol, and Enzo Bol seems to have an answer every single time. And it was Olivier Jonkers that looks to have been collected in the incident with Maximilian Schreier, as they both tumble down the order. But still, Kasper Schormans, no matter what he does, no matter what he tries, Enzo Bol has a comfortable answer for it in these wet weather conditions. And Austin Lee in the first sector over Gustav Usakovs has pulled another 10th and a bit away from the Latvian. So this gap is edging ever so close towards 2 seconds advantage for the 272. So Tomas Rudokas, so the 2 Lithuanians on the grid. Rudokas started 25th on the grid. Now he's up into P11 and is about 1.1 seconds behind Vic Stevens from Belgium, who rounds out the top 10. And Austin Lee is lapping consistently. The last couple of laps, he was within 1/1000th of each lap, a 1 minute 6.361. The last time around, the previous time, take away 1/1000th. We're into the final 60 seconds as Schormans again tries to look up the inside, and that was through turn number 7 on Enzo Bol for that 3rd position. With this kind of weather conditions, the drivers are having to deal with the understeer of the karts and having to wrestle with it. They're going to be using alternative racing lines as opposed to the traditional ones. They're going ever so close to the white lines, which has caught people out through turn 11. We have seen that the barriers have had to be rearranged a couple of times because drivers have gone a bit too wide, and then one of the wheels has caught the dirt and it's flung the kart into the barriers. Now going on to the penultimate lap as Austin Lee crosses the stripe. His lead now over Gustav Usakovs is 2.1 seconds and climbing. Enzo Bol still with 2 laps to go. Holds on to that 3rd place position. Kasper Schormans is keeping him within the crosshairs. Leon Zelenko a little bit further adrift, about 1.5 seconds in 5th place. Then it's Tommy van der Stroy, Mikkel Pedersen, Maxim Sachurko, Aaron Krepsik and Vic Stevens. Leandro Fischer has dropped down to 19th position with Lotus Tween, Tino Sidler and Georgios Kafantaris all going ahead of the German. Scott Marsh currently running in 14th with the 5-second time penalty. He will end up in 15th position because the gap between Alberto Kiko Fracassi and Lotus Tveen, who were in 15th and 16th position, is well over 7.2 seconds. Timer has expired. And this time around, last lap board is now brandished. And Austin Lee will see it first. Here comes the 272 from Germany across the line. Just over 1,200 metres to negotiate. Rosakov is now nearly 2.5 seconds behind Enzo Boll in third place. Kasper Schurman's Leon Zelenko. Schurman still trying to get that position in terms of third place, but the gap has extended between the pair. Leon Zelenko, Tommy van der Stroy having done a good job to get up the order from 9th to 6th place. Olivier Jonkers retired after the incident with Maximilian Schreier, who will round out the top 24. But Austin Lee makes his way through turns 9 and 10 for the final time of asking around this 1,222 metre circuit. Austin Lee was on the outside of row number 2 when the race kick-started things off over 8.5 minutes ago. So 2 more turns for Germany's Austin Lee in the 272. Chronic understeer going through turn 13, but he gets it all through the final corner. Austin Lee takes heat 1 in junior Rotax, followed by Gustav Zusakos, and the gap between them just under 2.5 seconds. Enzo Boll pipping Kasper Schurmans to the line by just over 4 tenths. Leon Zelenko, a solid 5th position for the Croatian, who started on the inside of row number 2. Tommy van der Stroy from 9th to 6th ahead of Mikkel Pedersen. Maxim Stocherko, Aaron Krepsik, Vic Stevens completing the top 10. As we wait for the last few drivers to make their way across the line, had a little bit of a punch in the air. I'm not too sure who that was. That might have been possibly Martin Ernesto Varga. I couldn't really make it out because the spray is so big with the rooster tails coming off from the rear tyres. But Austin Lee takes junior Rotax heat number 1. Let's have a look at the remainder of the results from 11th downwards, as Tomas Rudokas from Lithuania makes it into P11 from 25th on the grid. A great drive from the youngster in the 226, followed by Boluet, Dion van Werven, Scott Marsh, Alberto Kiko Fracassi and Tino Sidler rounding out the top 16 positions. Georgios Kafantaris, Lotus Tveen, Noah Janssen, Max Cuthbert, Maximilian Schreier, Aljaz Vidmar, Sebastian Koch, Jan Fischer and Martin Ernesto Varga round out the 25 strong. Christoph Saller was a non-starter, and Olivier Jonkers, unfortunately, retired with 5 laps still to go. Well, after a first junior Rotax heat, I'm pleased to welcome alongside me up in the commentary box, current championship leader in DD2 Masters. Hello, Dennis Thum. How are you, buddy?
Thanks. I'm good. I'm happy to be here today and in the commentary box.
Makes a bit of a change normally when we're talking in the paddock, but warm-up didn't go exactly to plan, but less of that because you got a championship to fight for this weekend. Obviously, coming into it 30 points ahead of Martin Stankovičius. You know, he wasn't there at Genk. It could have been a very, very different story, but you still got an opportunity. It's your home track. You know this track well. And I also know that you're running in the lead of the RMC Germany Championship, which I think is going to be going to Genk for its final round in a few weeks' time. But how are you feeling coming into the race weekend here?
Well, it's really hard here because it's raining and I'm not so tall. I'm not so good in the rain, so I have to to keep up my A game this weekend, but Martinez is really good this weekend, so it will be a hard fight for me for the championship. If he wins this race, he deserves the championship. Yeah, but I still have a chance in Germany, in Genk, in a few weeks. I'm championship leader as well, and I like the track a lot in Genk, so I hope I get the ticket there for the grand finals.
Of course, we've got the reason why. Now, this was not my suggestion. This was all of Dennis's idea, because you're two good friends who are lining up on the front row in Senior Rotax. Heat number 1, A versus B. Nevio Fischer and the soon-to-be departing from karting to Porsche Carrera Cup Deutschland, Janis Stiak, are on the front row. So Dennis was insistent, I've got to be up here for this one. And, it's great to have you here. They're two great drivers in their own right. I mean, Nevio and Leandro, I still remember when they were running an RS competition, but making the move to Kraft, it was an inspired choice. There's a great feeling of camaraderie. You got the Donut King, Mats Johan Overhoff. Actually, that crown can go to Thierry de Jong this weekend with his antics earlier on, where he nearly blew the turbo up on his BMW. Whoops. But it's great to see that how competitive Kraft Motorsport has been this season. I mean, Yanni's shown some great racecraft this year, and it's great to see Nevio sort of really shine, especially on home soil.
Yeah, we developed a lot after the last years, and especially this year, the team leader, Kilian Kraft, did a great job on the engines. I think we have now the best engines, or the second, I think the top engines in Europe, in Senior Max, and the front row lockup from yesterday shows how fast we are, and even Lewis Gilbert is running with our team now, and he's in the second row on third position, so we are 1, 2, 3, Kraft Motorsport. That's incredible.
I know, it's quite weird seeing the pride of Scotland wearing a German team colour outfit, seeing like the front fairing, the Nassau panel with the Kraft Motorsport livery. I thought, you know what, that's actually quite good that he's being embraced. It just goes to show how encompassing, when you're in an awning with a team, how it doesn't matter which country you're from, you'll have the same passion of karting.
Yeah, karting is so much fun. It's fast, it's low on the track, you have a lot of speed, you have a lot of corner speed, G-force is really nice, and I tried car racing, and I came back to karting because it's a lot more fun.
Yeah, it's very much the case. I mean, someone else who, in some respects, I recognise from that, Mark Kimber in DD2.
Yeah.
He went to racing sports cars, GT4, Porsches, came back, and then it was just like it's like he never left. It's just like familiar awning, familiar tracks. But we are a couple of minutes. Well, we're actually 90 seconds away from this race. What are the drivers thinking at this moment? Because a lot of people go, well, Alex, you don't really give much about driver insight. So just give us an example from when you sit in that car on that pre-group. What exactly are you thinking?
So the thing is, I'm really experienced now with my nearly 20 years of karting, so it's a lot different than the young guns they're going out now. I can remember the days when I was as young as them were. I was pretty nervous. In the dry, it wasn't that hard. In the dry, it was fine because you know what to do, you know how the start will go, in which direction it goes. But in the rain, especially in conditions like that, it's after the second row, after the third row, you have a lot of spray. You see nothing on the first few corners. You just hope to get through the first round, and after that, you start to try to go to the front.
And then you build that confidence after you get past that first lap.
You're pretty
really
scared
helps.
in the beginning. It's in the wet, it's always a gamble for the first few corners. We will see it now. With the senior heat, they will kill each other in the first one.
Let's hope that doesn't happen, Dennis.
Yeah, you know what I mean.
I know exactly what you mean, buddy. But it's a pleasure having you up here with me anyway. So, seconds away from getting our first of 6 senior Rotax heats underway here in Wackersdorf as we wait for the green light to start flashing at the end of the dummy grid.
Yeah, all drivers starting out of the pre-grid, so that's nice.
So let's take you through the grid for Senior Rotax. Heat 1, Race 2 of the meeting. Groups A versus B. It's an all-craft motorsport, and more importantly on home soil, it's an all-German front row with Nevio Fischer and Yannick Stiak. Row 2, Matilda Olsson lines up alongside the pride of Scotland, Lewis Gilbert. Rafael Renhofer on the inside of row number 3, joined by the returning Georgian, Alexander Abkazava. Wood Kirstens and Rashid Ghanem, who celebrated his 21st birthday yesterday, ran out row 4. Andrej Petrovic from Serbia returns and is joined by the Netherlands' Debian Horst on row 5, thereby completing the top 10. Miro Halika from Finland, joined by Hungary's Zombor Kovac on row 6. Sem Argun and Italy's Elia Galvanin, row number 7. William Christensen and Canada's Jason Leung, row 8. Scott Westhovens and someone who decided to come back to Wackersdorf in the Euro Trophy for a bit of fun, Spain's Philip Bava rounds out the top 9 rows with Lukas Schlegel and Matthias Krohn rounding out the top 20. And then it's an all Czech Republic, row number 11, rounding out the grid, Helmut Schaumann and Matteo Richter. So 10 minutes plus 1 lap. I mean, this is what you've got. You've got 3 of these a bit later on. Like you said, the rain is going to be so pivotal on just keeping it clean. Get through that first lap or 2 and just really have that opportunity just to sort of go, right, I've got my stamp, I've got my rhythm, I can go for it now.
Yeah, exactly. That's what we try to do later. All the guys out there is trying to do it now. I think they're lining up now pretty nice.
One of the things you don't want to do when weaving side to side, Dennis, as we found out with, I think it was Bolowet in the first Junior Rotax heat. He came out of turn 11, nailed the throttle, started going left to right, and nearly ended up on the grass.
We have a spin on the back.
Oh, right. Hopefully that driver will be able to get into position very soon. Just going to pick up.
Yeah, he's trying to go to the front now.
Yep, that
he's going
was
inside. 381.
Miro Halika, that was. Well spotted there, Dennis. Thank you very much for that. Now the drivers get themselves into position. So Fischer and Stiak controlling the pace. They've slowed it down to a crawl. 22 drivers set to get into the tram lines for 10 minutes plus an additional lap.
So they're accelerating.
Into the tram lines we go, revs rise, the noise increases, lights are out first time, we are underway, and a brilliant start. That was on the outside of the front row, Yannick Stiak being followed by Lewis Gilbert. Nevio Fischer has been swallowed up by the carts behind as they head down, 2, 3, 4 abreast. They're all trying to struggle for traction. 4 wide coming out of turn 4. And into the next left-hander, it is Yannick Stiak followed by Lewis Gilbert. Gilbert's looking up the inside, using the curb there, trying to get the approach. Stiak goes for the switchback. They are nearly side by side through turn number 7, but everyone cleanly through so far, Dennis.
Yeah, Gilbert is leading the pack, and on P3 already is...
That is going to be, that is 393. So that is Alexander Abkazava, who was on the outside of row number 3, behind Lewis Gilbert, behind Yannick Stiak. So they got the jump on the run into turn 3.
He looks pretty fast on the brakes there. And Matilda Olsson is directly behind him. So it will be a funny race till the end.
3 wide coming out of turn 12, and they're over the crest into turn number 13. You better be careful at the back there because someone's going to go wide. It's all flotsam and jetsam. It's nearly 4 wide coming out of the final corner. But Lewis Gilbert now leads by nearly 3.5 tenths ahead of Yannick Stiak. Alexander Abkazava, Matilda Olsson, Rafael Renhofer, Rashid Ghanem, Zombor Kovac, Wood Kirstens, Nevio Fischer and Andrej Petrovic rounding out the top 10. They're still squabbling for real estate space.
Wow, and one spun out of the corner 1.
Yeah, that was turn number 4. So that was post 3 that the cart spun out. I'm just going to keep an eye on the number as they come through. That is going to be 381. That is Miro Halika. So a problem on the formation lap, and now a problem on lap number 2 as we've had another turn around and someone's backwards coming out of what will be turn number 8. Back. So just going to keep an eye on that one, but drivers really fighting for real estate. The driver that was affected and turned around, that was 834. That was Matteo Richter, who started right at the back of the field and unfortunately, well, had made some positions in the meantime, gone up to probably around about the mid-pack and got turned around coming out of turn number 8 and now finds himself at the back of the field. But Lewis Gilbert and Yannick Stiak are within 4 tenths of each other. Rashid Ghanem in 6 being chased by Zombor Kovac as Rafael Renhofer is trying to get on with the business at hand and has made the move on Matilda Olsson. That was through turn 3. So Matilda now dropping down to 5th position, but still keeping close to the 333 from Germany. And another attempt at an overtake. I think that was 366 that was just being overtaken. That was Andrej Petrovic on Wackersdorf going through turn 6. So the Serbian gets the opportunity past the Dutch driver and makes the move stick, but it looks like they switched back again. So really good racing here, Dennis, at the moment. Very, very close for comfort, but when you're in these wet weather conditions, you've really, really got to manage the gaps between, you know, braking. You're having to extend your braking distance. You're having to brake earlier, sometimes turn in a lot later as well.
There was a big bump. Yeah, if you drive on these conditions, you need to stay calm, don't get off the track. And as you see, Louis Gilbang is doing the job perfect. Janis Diak directly behind him. He's a little bit slower, but they already have a pace lead of 2 seconds to the 3rd place. So that's pretty impressive in these conditions.
Lewis Gilbert just setting the fastest lap of the race, 1 minute 5.922. Over half a second ahead of Janis Diak. A further 2.5 behind Alexander Abkazava, Rafael Henhofer and Matilda Olsson complete the top 5. Zombor Kovac has got past Rashid Ghanem in the meantime for 6th place. Kirsten's Andrej Petrovic, and now Spain's Filip Vava. He said, hopefully the racing will be a little bit better for me after a very, very dismal qualifying. Well, he is proving that because he's up from 18th place up to P10. So a good job by the Spaniard, currently running with NM Racing in the GT4 European Series in his 2nd season at the moment. Also competed in 2021 alongside former championship podium setter France's César Gazot a few years ago. And Gazot, now one of the drivers that have gone from karting into sports car and now runs in GT3 with Sansalot Racing. 5.5 minutes plus an additional lap to go. Janis Diak has just put in the fastest lap of the race. So Janis, Dennis, is catching Lewis, and it looks to be we could have a fight for the lead between 2 teammates.
Yeah, that's nice to see as long as they stay. Oh, and he's making the move to the inside. Lewis is doing the switchback, and yeah, he's still on P1.
Yep, so we're getting some real fights going through turn number 4. I did spot a Kraft Motorsport livery. Might have been Nevio Fischer. Could have been battling away with the likes of Miro Halika and Lukas Schlegel for what is 14th position. But just over 4 minutes and 45 seconds. Lewis Gilbert still keeps the lead. Alexander Abkazava has been doing a good job, but now there has been a further change. Matilda Olsson through turn number 11 has been passed by Hungary's Zombor Kovac with KMS Europe. 4.5 minutes to go. Matthias Kroner from Denmark in the 8.25, who started 20th, looks to have retired from the race after now completing 5 laps. On to lap 6 we go. The gap is expanding between Janis Diak in 2nd and Alexander Abkazava to the tune of 2.3 seconds.
And we have a 5 seconds penalty for number 345.
Devian Host from the Netherlands, currently sitting in 17th position. It's not gone well for the young Dutchman. Had a catch up with him and his dad, Rob, after the penultimate round of the championship back at Marienburg in 2nd weekend of July. There's more fights going on. Matilda Olsson battling away with Rashid Ghanem, and here comes Serbia's Andrej Petrovic looking to go up the inside. That would have been going through turn number 8. The Serbian runs wide, coming out of the corner. And now Rashid Ghanem up the inside of Matilda Olsson. She's stuck in the middle of the sandwich right there is the Swede. And now Petrovic has got past her, looking to go up the inside of Rashid Ghanem, who takes the tight defensive line through turn number 11. And also not getting as much of a drive as you'd like to coming out of turn 11. But whilst the two in front are battling, it gives her an opportunity. Ghanem close on the back bumper of the Serbian in front in the 3.61. This is the battle for P7 on the road, because Zombor Kovac has bolted away from this trio, battling away over what is effectively 6th position. Olsson was in 5th until Kovac got past. But Matilda Olsson finds herself in 8th position. We still have just under 3 minutes to go, plus an additional lap. There are battles up and down the order. Helmut Schaumann and Matej Richter, the 2 Czech drivers, line astern going through turn number 3. And we are still seeing more brazen overtakes in these wet weather conditions, Dennis. It's very unconventional in wet weather racing because you're using so many different racing lines. You're not using the traditional one.
No, you have to stay away from the grip level because you're sliding too much. If if you stay on the grip, so you go on the outside or switch the grip, the ideal line in the dry. So yeah, it was really hard in the rain, especially now the rain keeps getting harder, the track's getting wetter and wetter, and yeah, that's crazy under these conditions.
Great battle here between between Elia Galvanin and Canada's Jason Lang. So it's Italy versus Canada, and currently Canada is leading that fight for 11th position as they hurtle their way through turns 1 and 2 and into the right-hand fast sweeper here at turn 3. But just under 2 minutes plus an additional lap remains. Lewis Gilbert has comfortably led. There has been a little bit of an exchange between him and Janis Diak in the battle for the lead. Alexander Abkazava doing a great job holding station in third. Great drive from Rafael Renhofer, who has made up one position, but still P4 at the end of what's been a very, very interesting race so far, Dennis. Is a good start to the race weekend, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a perfect start for our teammates. They lock up the first 2 places now. They are 4 seconds clear to the third, so I think if nothing really bad happens now, they will win the race.
It has been a race to forget, unfortunately, because I'm sorry to break the bad news. Nevio Fischer has pulled into the pits, and Nevio retires from having started on pole position. So I'm not too sure if he might have gotten involved in an incident, or there was a technical drama. We're into the final 60 seconds. Lewis Gilbert now extends his lead over Janis Diak to just exactly 7.5 tenths of a second. And they have pulled away comfortably. The 2 drivers working in the wet well together, 2 teammates ahead of Dan Holland Racing's Alexander Abkazava from Georgia. So 20 drivers will make it to the finish, and there are still battles to be had. There is the pride of Scotland, Lewis Gilbert, based in Dalry in Ayrshire.
You see how calm he is in the corners. He's not moving the steering wheel really much. He really knows what he's doing.
That he definitely does indeed. First met this young man as a junior Rotax driver back in the B&L karting series days when he was running with the likes of Mike van Vugt, who these days, so Lewis is still racing, Mike is now a mechanic these days for a few drivers, including this weekend, SP Motorsports Enzo Boll. 2 more laps to go, and he extends the gap further to Janis Diak to just over 9 tenths. Abkazava crosses the line, and that gap between second and third is nearly 4.5 seconds. A further nearly 3 seconds back, it's Rafael Renhofer in fourth. Zombor Kovac, Andrei Petrovic, Rashid Ganem and Matilda Olsson complete the top 8. Kirstens and Philip Vava complete the top 10 positions. So 2 confirmed retirements on lap 3. Matthias Krohn from Denmark, and the pole sitter after amalgamated qualifying yesterday, Nevio Fischer. He's going to have to fight back over his next 2 heats as the timer hits 0. 1 more lap to go. It's been a dominant display from 2 Kraft Motorsport drivers. 1 from Scotland, 1 from Germany, Dennis.
Incredible drive of those 2. I'm really proud of them.
So, last lap board now being shown. Lewis Gilbert will see it first. There have been some flashes of brilliance from the young Scotsman as he sees the final lap board. So does Janis Diak. Gap now just over 9 tenths of a second. All they've got to do is bring it home. Alexander Abkazava in third place. Fourth, Rafael Renhofer. Zombor Kovac, Andrei Petrovic rounding out the top 6 positions.
Yeah, that's an incredible drive. They are second faster than P3 and P4. That's crazy.
And Lewis Gilbert setting the fastest lap of the race. Not this lap, but the previous tour. On lap number 8, it was a 1 minute 5. Lap 9, it was a 1 minute 5.419. There he is, the 3:29 into turn number 11. What is going to be the 11th and final time, not including the starting, the sighting and formation lap. A perfect drive in the wet weather conditions from Lewis Gilbert. And he has been a winner here before, especially when Matilda Olsson picked up a title a couple of years ago. But Lewis Gilbert powers out of the final corner, and the Scotsman gets the job done.
And Janis Diak on P2.
You see, I'm so glad you joined me for this one, Dennis. Thank you very much indeed. Alexander Abkazava in P3, Rafael Renhofer P4, Zombor Kovac in 5th, ahead of Andrei Petrovic from Serbia, who had a good run from 9th. Very much like he took a page out of Tommy van der Sluis's book from the first heat. Started ninth, finished in sixth. Rashid Ghanem finishing ahead of Matilda Olsson, with Philip Vava having started all the way down in 18th position to take ninth, ahead of KR Sport teammate Canada's Jason Learn. So let's have a look at the rest of the results. In 11th place from the Netherlands, Wackersdorf in the 366, followed by Italy's Elia Galvani. William Christensen completes the top 13. Miro Halika in 14th, Mateo Rechta in 15th with Lucas Schlegel, Sem Argun, Hamid Showman, Devian Rost and Scott Westhovens rounding out the top 20. Nevio Fischer and Matthias Krohn unfortunately retiring from the race.
Announcement. Could driver number 270, Dion van Werven, report to the stewards immediately. Thank you.
We head to our second senior Rotax heat, groups C versus D. Here's your starting grid. On pole position will be Farin Mega from Germany. Alfie Briggs will be alongside him on the front row. Italy and Belgium on row 2 with Matteo Pianizzola and Kai Gilets. Zach Scowler and Kai Hunter will be on row 3, ahead of Luke Neeson and Sean Butcher, who complete row 4. Lachlan Robinson and Germany's Nico Hanke will round out row number 5, completing the top 10, with Mette Argun, Mats-Johan Overhoff, Zem Van Thiel, James Johnson, Arno Domingo, Sam Bergstein, Bennett Arends, Jan Schmidt, Jan Schultz and Buzz Janssen completing the top 20, thereby completing the grid. So the drivers now go onto their official formation lap ahead of 10 minutes plus an additional lap of racing. And the rain continues to hit its way onto the circuit unabated. And the red lights are now ignited on the starting gantry. Oh, and we have got someone slowing and has stopped. That is number 829, Mette Argun from Austria, due to start on the inside of row number 6. As the Austrian tries to get the kart fired up as soon as possible. So into the tram lines we go. Lights are out for this second senior Rotax heat. Farin Mega leads the field into turn number 3. Alfie Briggs to the outside on the first time of asking. And it's 3 abreast as, Mega runs very, very wide. As they are 3-4 abreast. Everyone's squabbling for traction and also for real estate out onto the circuit. So they make their way through turn number 5. Into turn 6, it's 3 abreast coming out of the corner into the next right-hander at 7. It's 3 wide again. Someone's going very brazenly round the outside. And Sean Butcher trying to make his way up through the field. Bit of bumping and boring. Someone's been turned around, and that was behind the 328 of Zach Scowler, and it has put karts asunder. I think maybe it was that Sean Butcher that might have been caught, well, not caught out, but probably had nowhere to go on that particular occasion. So leading the way, it is going to be Farin Mega after the opening lap. Drivers going wide, coming out of turn number 13 and 14. Zach Scowler, Lachlan Robinson ran at the top 4 behind Alfie Briggs. Kai Hunter up to P5. James Johnson, who started down in 14th, this being his last race weekend after 14 years full-time in karting, has made his way through the melee, so to speak, up to P6. Sem Van Thiel ahead of Kai Gilets, who ran at the top 8 with Nico Hanke and Buzz Janssen running at the top 10. Mats-Johan Overhoff starting in 12th, now currently P11. But Mette Argun not taking any further participation in the race, not even getting to the start. As drivers really finding different racing lines. As Sem Van Thiel has just been passed by Kai Gilets on the right. On the left, it was James Johnson. Switch back from the pair of them on the number 370. Gilets has really got to put the hammer down, and he's gone side by side. Van Thiel up the inside of Johnson. Has a little bit of a touch with the 346. Gilets has to back out of it. And it also gives the opportunity to the 826 of Nico Hanke. Hanke bumping over the curbs. Johnson around the outside of him. And through in the middle on Sem Van Thiel. They go across the line astern. Johnson in the slipstream. But Farid Mega has a very, very lengthy gap over Alfie Briggs to the tune of 3.3 seconds. Zach Scowler and Lachlan Robinson and Kai Hunter running out the top 5. Well, Hunter's trying to go up the inside of Robinson through turn number 7. And the 3.95 from Sunderland gets through. And rain is still coming down heavily. As someone's had a little bit of a shortcut going over the runoff area. That was the 8.26 of Nico Handke. That was coming out of turn 9 and going into turn 10. Possibly not too sure if there was something that caused that to happen, as the 8.26 looks to have hit some standing water and has also gone off on the grass off of turn number 12. So problems for Nico Handke. And that was coming out of turn number 12. 6.5 minutes plus an additional lap still to go. And that's Johan Overhoff battling away with the likes of Sam Bergstein for 12th position. But Nico Handke, as a result of the dramas both at turn 10 and also at turn 12, and a mechanical black flag has been shown to Sem van Thiel from the Netherlands, currently running in P7, so that's going to give that place to James Johnson. So there has been an overtake happening, and there is a trio of KR Sport cars. Zach Scowler's been caught by Lachlan Robinson and Sean Butcher. Alfie Briggs very much, well, is now down into 3rd place, courtesy of an overtake from Kai Hunter, who's up into 2nd. As the Dan Holland Racing driver goes very, very wide and uses the banking to rotate the kart through turn number 4. Changes afoot as Robinson looked up the inside of turn number 6, as Butcher uses the curbing to get past the 303, but then who manages to power around the outside through turn number 8 into turn 9 and turn 10. So Alfie Briggs finds himself down in what will be 6th position. So positional changes up the order. Well, Nico Handke's recovered up to 15th position. Luke Neeson in 18th place. So Farid Mega comfortably ahead, but it's Sean Butcher that has the fastest lap at the moment with a 1 minute 5.857. That was done on lap number 3. So it's Mega from Hunter. Gap is 7.9 seconds and climbing. Right, someone's pulled into pit lane. That will be Sem van Thiel, and I've just spotted that Kai Hunter has just got a 5-second time penalty. So drivers really still trying to keep themselves calm, cool and collected, despite the weather being against them, in terms of not just the cold temperatures, but also the amount of surface water on the tarmac. Oh, that was very, very close there. I think that was Bennett Arons in the 8.23, who is now running in 10th position behind James Johnson, who's now been passed by Italy's Matteo Pianezzola. And another penalty has been issued. This to be for Bennett Arons in the 8.23 behind James Johnson, and that's 5 seconds. But a little bit further back, Mats Johan Overhoff has got his hands full at the moment. As Kai Hillertz now has got himself past Alfie Briggs for P6. So the 374, who is battling with Butcher for the championship. And Johnson still battling away with Bennett Arons. So Johnson having to slot back in behind. Doesn't really want to cause any grief for himself by making a move that could cause an incident. So down to 18 drivers we go. So with wet weather driving, it demands a cool, calm, collected head, a clean driving style, and just mitigating, just working around the circumstances. So a clean drive pays dividends. So I think there might have been another change because Alfie Briggs has just been passed through turn number 6 by Matteo Pianezzola. And that is for 7th position, so the Italian who started on the inside of row number 2 on 3rd place, dropped down the order, has managed to make some headway as Alfie Briggs goes side by side with Bennett Arends going into turn number 12. Switch back from Briggs. Arends goes up the inside through into turn number 13. Briggs tries to cut back inside to get the ultimate switchback. There's a lot of real estate there through turns 13 and 14 to make it through. And at the moment, Kai Hunter has been closing the gap on Farin Mega. And over the past 2 laps, he's been the best part of nearly a second quicker. So 4/10 quicker 2 laps ago. And the previous lap, he was over half a second quicker. But there is your race leader coming through turn 12, Germany's Farin Mega, the 376. Not been an easy season for him, but on home soil he should flourish in these wet weather conditions because he's tackled them before. As he turns in to turn number 3, uses a wider approach on the exit and tries not to go too far into the apex. As now the timer has expired, 1 more lap to go. Running order at the moment, it's Mega from Hunter, Butcher from Robinson, Scowler, Hillertz, Pianezzola, Arends, who's got a 5-second time penalty coming his way, Briggs and Johnson. They complete the top 10. Then it's Luke Neeson, Nico Handke, Sam Bergstein, Jan Schmidt, Lars Janssen. Good showing in qualifying for Mats-Johan Overhoff, but he's now dropped from 12th to 16th position with Hungary's Arnold Dominko and Jarin Schultz from Israel rounding out the 18 that are still running. Mete Argun didn't even take the start, and Sen Van Til retiring on lap 5 with a mechanical black flag. So 1 more lap to go for Germany's Farin Mega. As he goes through turn number 3. Now through turn 4. Using the banking just to rotate the kart, rather than using the traditional line of going towards the inside. You can see just there some of the Brollies are definitely out in force here at Wackersdorf. There is your race leader, just 4 more corners to go. Make that 3. So Farin Mega has comfortably led this race. His lead at one point is the best part of nearly 8 seconds. It's just a shade over 6 as he comes out of turn number 12. Over the crest for the final time. The checkered flag now being prepared as Farin Mega powers out of the final corner. And in realistic terms, it's 1 heat win for Lewis Gilbert. It now is 1 to Farin Mega from Germany. The 376. Kai Hunter 5.79 seconds behind. Sean Butcher rounds out the top 3. Good drive from Lachlan Robinson in the wet from 9th to 4th position. With Kai Rilletz having started on the outside of row number 2, he finishes P5 behind Zach Scowler, who started in 5th and finished in 6th position. Matteo Pianezzola in 7th, then Bennett Arens, with James Johnson and Alfie Briggs rounding out the top 10. A solid, strong start for the youngster from in the 382 from Great Britain, having started on the front row alongside Farin Mega. Let's have a look at the rest of the results for Senior Rotax Heats 2, Groups C and D. So in 11th position from the Netherlands, Luke Neeson with Nico Handke, Jan Schmidt, Sam Bergstein, Baz Janssen, Mats Johan Overhoff, Arnold Domingo and Jan and Schultz rounding out the 18 strong that completed all 11 laps of racing in what's been a very, very difficult race meeting so far this morning. Sam Van Thiel retiring with a mechanical black flag on lap 5, and Mette Argon from Austria not even taking the start. So from Senior Rotax, we head to DD2 competition, and with a combined total of 33 drivers here this race weekend. These 3 heats over the course of today's action will provide some interesting and dramatic racing. So the respective fastest drivers in the groups yesterday, it was Ville Villainen who took the overall pole position ahead of current championship leader Mark Kimber from Strawberry Racing in the 471 representing Great Britain. There you can see, with 33 drivers. And also, someone who made a decision to head into DD2 action as opposed to Masters, Alessandro Glauser from Switzerland for FM Racing has decided to give himself an opportunity. Kind of reminds me of when Manuel Tencher was running in DD2 Masters one year and then decided to go back to DD2. But with a whole host of different nationalities and a 30-plus strong grid, the next 10 minutes plus an additional race will be interesting, to say the very least. Let's take you through the 33 strong grid for DD2. Race 4 of the meeting, heat number 1. On pole position representing Finland, it's Vili-Viljalainen with Mark Kimber from Great Britain alongside. Pedersen, the reigning and defending champion, starts on the inside of row 2, joined by last year's Rotax Max Euro Golden Trophy winner and Grand Finals champion Martin van Leeuwen from the Netherlands. Leonardo Baccaglini will be joined by Philip Moitzi on row 3, with Matthias Jette Jakobsen and Marienburg weekend winner Maxime Dirks. Ragnar Vedas joined by SP Motorsport team boss Stan Pex on row number 5, completing the top 10. Patrick Snolls-Lockmelis and Jakob Bezel, row 6. Lawrence Seyfried and Tino Egeskov on row 7. With Charlie Anderson, Edward Matthews, Hannes Border, Lucas Thompson, Niklas Crones and Florian Breitenbach with the quartet of Germans running at the top 20. Philip Jepsen and Finn Stiak, row 11. With Carl Borgard, Lucas Bernot, Zenderua, Manuel Tenchet, Ilias Kaliakmanis, Andreas Zinkevicius, Matis Malinovskis, Hugo Schwarzer, Alessandro Glauser, Benjamin Unterberger and Rasmus Vendelbo completing the 33 strong grid. Big thank you to Barry Ashcroft, who's just messaged me. I see you're watching as well. Morning, mate. Looks a bit damp. Good luck to all the Brits. Thank you very much for tuning in, Barry. Good to, well, also congratulations to Jacob for winning at the Rotax Max Challenge Grand Festival not too long ago, picking up a ticket for the Grand Final. So well done to young Jacob, whose career I followed since 2018. But with 10 minutes on the clock, plus an additional lap, the red lights are ignited on the starting gantry. So into the tram lines we go. We are given lights out. We're underway here as they flood their way, 3 abreast at points, heading into turns 1, 2, and now into 3. It's a scrabble for traction. As I think maybe Ragnar Vedas nearly got compromised going through the apex of turn number 3 for the first time. 3, 4 abreast coming out of turn number 4. But leading the way, it is a Sodi car. It is Pedersen that has got the good start from in front of everybody else. And we have had a couple of carts, and they are pointing the wrong way, going through turn number 5. Trying to pick out the numbers. One of them looks to be Alessandro Glauser, I believe, and it is a Sodi cart that is stricken and is being pushed away. Could be Benjamin Unterberger from Austria, as the field makes its way through turn number 11 for the first time. But it's current reigning defending champion, Pedersen, who leads the way by a country mile. Viljalainen looks to have dropped down into 3rd position, but there's a send and a half. Who on earth was that? That was Maxime Dirks. Or was that Martin van Leeuwen? That was Martin van Leeuwen, I believe, which is the case, and he's just got past pole sitter Vili-Viljalainen. And it's Denmark's Matthias Jette Jakobsen that is in 2nd place. And there has been an absolute change. Everything's been turned upside down and on its head, because multiple drivers ended up falling down the order. Ragnar Vedas started 9th, now 21st. So a lot to make up. Philip Moitzi trying for an overtake on Stan Pex going through turn 6. And Stan Pex looking up the inside of Maxime Dirks through turn 7, now into 8. Pex uses the curbs, bounces the right wheels into the air, as Jette Jakobsen's just been passed by Van Leeuwen for 2nd place. Viljalainen's got Kimber breathing down the back of his wet race suit. And now Kimber's gotten past. 2 minutes down, 8 to go, plus an additional lap. But at the moment, Pedersen from the Czech Republic leads the way. Everyone's all tippy-toeing coming through turn number 14. Lawrence Seyfried's in broad in a battle, looks to be with Charlie Anderson from Sweden. Jakob Bezel looks to be in the mix on that one. Zenderer getting his elbows out a little bit. He's trying to pass Lucas Bruno coming out of turn 2 and into turn 3. And there has been a coming together. And someone is backwards. And there is a whole load of mist and spray up in the air. And that is Lawrence Seifried, I believe. It is. I've just caught the back number plate. And there is somebody else that is actually standing at the marshal post. That'll be for the Stricken Sodi Cup. Someone else has got off out of turn number 6. And that is the 461. Returning Niklas Crones. So 3 minutes in, 7 to go. Philip Moitzi taking an unconventional racing line to get the momentum out of turn number 11 to chase down Maxim Didix. Didix is still trying to keep pace. Stan Pex has got past Vili Viliainen in the process and now up into P5. The next person in Stan Pex's crosshairs is going to be Mark Kimber. As there's a send and a half, that was Philip Moitzi, the 449 from KSCA Sodi Europe. Through on Maxim Didix. So Lawrence Seifried and Niklas Crones both coming into dramas. Seifried on the approach into turn 4. Niklas Crones going through the exit of turn number 6. Or turn number 5 thereof. Oh, sideways. Oh, well held there, Maxim Didix. He was sideways. Moitzi was trying to get through. And then the floodgates might open very shortly because I spot behind them, well, side by side, you've got Stan Pex and a few others, maybe even Patrick Snolls-Lock-Mellis has gotten some positions in the meantime. Pex goes to the outside at turn number 12 and gets the whole shot, gets the momentum up the inside. Has a little bit of a run wide there. And that's Moitzi. Moitzi's lost ground. And here comes Super Sweet Charlie Anderson. Didix up the inside of Viliainen. And it's 3 wide. Pex goes to the inside of turn 3 and lines himself up nicely for turn 4. He's going to use the curves, but then Anderson's back up the inside of the Dutch driver. And Jakob Bezel is all... Well, I think Jakob Bezel was trying to get around the outside. I think... it's really getting so treacherous out there. We're halfway through the race, and these drivers, the amount of steering inputs must be phenomenal for this lot, because they're not also battling each other, they're battling the weather conditions as well. So when you have that double caveat, it's actually Leonardo Baccaglini that was having that drama with Patrick Snolls-Lock-Mellis. So Stan Pex has put in a personal best on the previous lap, 1 minute 5.743, but it's Martin van Leeuwen from the Netherlands, currently in P2, 2 laps ago, put in a 1 minute 4.688. So Van Leeuwen closing in on Peder Bezel and has just put in a 1 minute 4.5 in these wet weather conditions. Baccaglini now fending off the advances of one charging Dane in the form of Rasmus Vendelbo. A little bit further back, Lucas Thompson has passed Lucas Bernot from Canada. So that'll be a change for 12th and for 14th, respectively. 4 minutes on the clock to go, plus an additional lap, and still Peder Bezel is leading. But for how much longer is the big question. Stan Pex gets past Matthias Jeder Jakobsen through turn 8 and gets the move secured by the entrance into the turn 9-10 chicane. The Dane gets a good run on the approach into turn number 11. Martin van Leeuwen is closing in on Peder Bezel for the race lead. Rain still hitting down on the circuit. So Benjamin Unterberger was the Sodi car that is stricken on the exit, the outskirts of turn number 5. So battle still happening, just keeping an eye. Hugo Schwarzer and Philip Jepsen from Germany and Denmark respectively, battling over what will be 30th position because Niklas Crones is in front of them. Martin van Leeuwen is closing in on Peder Bezel. We're 70% of the way through the race, 30%. That's 3 minutes plus an additional lap still to go. And the gap has now gone down again. And both Peder Bezel and Martin van Leeuwen and also Patrick Snolls-Lock-Mellis, I've noticed, have all gone into the high 1 minute 4s. But Van Leeuwen with a 1 minute 4.523. has got that gap down to 0.344 of a second. So 2 minutes and 22 seconds plus an additional lap still remains. The gap now between them is half a second. A little bit further back, Charlie Anderson battling away with Pedersen's brother Jakob for what is genuinely 9th position. Charlie Anderson started down in 15th place. Van Leeuwen started on the outside of row number 2, but he's closing in on the race leader. Pedersen and Van Leeuwen, they were both lined up alongside each other on the second row of the grid with a minute and when we went racing. Over 8.25 minutes to go. Minute and 45 left plus an additional lap. Late on the brakes goes Van Leeuwen. Sweeps in a little bit wider into turn number 11 in comparison with the Czech Republic driver. Peder took the title for DD2 back last year, and then his brother Jakob took the title back in 2019 and went on to Sarno. So through across the line. The pace they're setting at the moment, I would give or take, it's going to be this plus another additional 2 laps. Mark Kimber in 3rd. Stan Peck's now up to 4th position and is within 2 seconds. Matthias Jedde Jakobsen has fallen back a little bit behind Stan Peck to the tune of about 1.7 seconds. Philip Moitzi, Patrick Snols-Lockmelis, Maxim Didix, Jakob Bezel and Charlie Anderson rounding out the top 10. What a drive from the back end of the grid so far. Rasmus Vendelbo take about 22 positions as now the lead has changed. Van Leeuwen got the better of Peder Bezel on that particular occasion, and that was going through into turn number 9. So the Dutchman now leads with what will be just over 2 laps remaining. Now, there has been a bit of a significant shift because Van Leeuwen now over 7.5 tenths of a second ahead of Peder Bezel as the timer hits 0 as Van Leeuwen leaves turn number 4. The gap these two have pulled out was very reminiscent of the first senior Rotax heat that we saw earlier on today. So the last lap board now being prepared. Martin Van Leeuwen from the Netherlands will see it first. There's some of the other drivers still squabbling for positions. And that is the 4:07. Right. Alessandro Glauser was running in 26th position. It's now the final lap board has been shown. Van Leeuwen and Bezel have crossed the line. There's a little bit of a battle between. That is Patrick Snols-Lockmelis and Philip Moitzi. And Moitzi's putting in front. He's saying, look, man, let's just go. Let's just keep going forward. There's only 1 lap for them to do. Maxim Didix has now ended up behind Jakob Bezel in the 4:02. So the Belgian drops down to 9th position as the field floods its way over the start-finish line here at Wackersdorf. Van Leeuwen now heading out of the 2 final corners on the circuit. Turn 13, now turn 14, and Martin Van Leeuwen takes the first DD2 heat here at Wackersdorf by 1.371 seconds ahead of Peder Bezel. Mark Kimber, the current championship leader, gets his weekend off to a solid start with the 3rd place ahead of SP Motorsports' Stan Pex. Matthias Jedde Jakobsen ahead of what was a very, very close call between Jakob Bezel and Patrick Snols-Lockmelis, the pair separated by less than a tenth. Philip Moitzi And Charlie Anderson with Maxime Dirix rounding out the top 10. A great start for Martin van Leeuwen from the Netherlands. With some drivers line astern or side by side coming across the stripe. That's the last of our classified. Well, we're waiting just for everything to finish up, but that is it for DD2. Race 4 of the meeting, heat number 1. So, Van Leuven takes the win ahead of Peder Bezel, Mark Kimber, Stan Pex, Matthias Jette Jacobsen, Jakob Bezel, Patrick Snolslock-Mellis, Philip Moitzi, Charlie Anderson and Maxime Dirix, who ran at the top 10. 11th from stone dead last on the grid. Great drive from Denmark's Rasmus Vendelbo to take 11th position ahead of Ville Villainen, the pole sitter earlier on. Leonardo Baccaglini, Manuel Tenschert and Edward Matthews rounding out the top 15 positions. Matthews started in 16th place ahead of Florian Breitenbach, Hannes Borda, Lucas Thompson, Zenderer and Latvia's Matis Malinovskis, who complete the top 20. Both Lawrence Seyfried and Niklas Crones would round out the top 22, having recovered from earlier dramas at both turn 4 and turn 6 respectively. Lucas Pernaut in 23rd ahead of Karl Borgard. Tino Egeskov rounds out the top 25, with Ragnar Virus, Finn Stiak, Hugo Schwarzer, Philip Jepsen, Andreas Sinkevicius, Ilias Kaliakmanis and Alessandro Glauser running at the 32 finishers. And unfortunately, Benjamin Unterberger on the very first lap retired from the race. So before the lunch break, we have one final race, and it is DD2 Masters in action. 5 competitors that will be competing over the next 10 minutes plus an additional lap, but there is still a battle for title glory up for grabs at the end of this race weekend. As coming into it, just 30 points separate the current championship leader, Martinez Tankevicius in second, but Dennis Thum leads the way with an advantage of 30 points. So Tankevicius not able to make it to the opening round at Karting Genk back in April, just the weekend after the Easter bank holiday, but has had 4 victories this season. Dennis Thum has had 2, but has been ultra consistent by having 4 second place finishes, both 2 at Val d'Argenton, 2 at Marienborg. So what it means is that effectively Dennis Thum needs to win both races to have the title. So let's have a look at the starting grid. So a 4th different pole sitter in as many race weekends here in 2022 as Lithuania's Martinas Tankevicius starts from pole position. He'll have championship rival and current points leader Dennis Thum alongside, with Genk pole sitter Michael Becker on the inside of row number 2. He's joined by Thierry de Jong in the 588, representing the Netherlands, with Heiner Born from Germany in the 586, rounding out the 5-strong grid. So the drivers now go onto their formation lap here at Wackersdorf, ahead of 10 minutes plus an additional lap of racing. And the red lights are on the gantry and they are lit up, ready to go out. Once the drivers get themselves into the tram lines and start pushing the accelerators to the throttles, as much as they dare, bearing in mind with the amount of standing water that we still have out on the circuit. There's a predominant amount of it on the start-finish straight and also on the approach going out of turn 2 and into turn number 3. So the drivers now get themselves into formation ahead of their first race of the day. So out of turn number 14 come the DD2 Masters drivers. Into the tram lines we go. Revs rise, lights are out first time. We're underway. Dennis Thulm tries to get alongside. Oh, there was nearly a touch of wheels between him and Martinis Tankevicius, but Tankevicius leads the field into turn number 4. The first time, Thierry de Jong looking to get up the inside of... very, very close indeed between Dennis Thulm and Michael Becker. Becker went up the inside of the 544. Thierry de Jong sideways. Coming through turn number 5, but still the Dutchman holds on to second position. They make their way through turn 8, now into 9 as good run of momentum. Becker loses out to Dennis Thulm coming out of turn 9 and 10 as they run down to turn number 11. But Tankevicius is leading the way and making sure that he has a comfortable advantage. So just over a minute completed, just under 9 to go. Tankevicius leads. De Jong will be second. Third, it's Dennis Thulm. Fourth, it's Michael Becker. As Heiner Born crosses the line, rounding out the 5 strong competing in this race. So Tankevicius, after just the opening lap, sets a 1 minute 5.4 and is over 1.5 seconds quicker than Thierry de Jong, he said, well, I was pretty quick in the wet, and that pace was quite evident when we found out just the other day, having a look at some of the drivers' chronometers on their steering wheels. Quite impressive. So the drivers making their way through turn number 14 as Tankevicius continues to lead. Sideways from Dennis Thulm as he applies the power going through turns 1 and 2, the back end stepping out to the right-hand side. And one bit of wrong throttle modulation or brake application could cause a major issue for a driver, especially if you're going through turns 1 and 2 and 3. And also, turn 11 has caught a few people out this weekend over the course of the practice sessions. So 3 minutes of the race completed, 7 to go. But the lead is being further extended. Thierry de Jong will hold station in second, and he's nearly 3.7 seconds behind the Lithuanian who leads the way, Martinas Stankevičius. Was also the Rotax Max Challenge Winter Cup winner back in February at Karpin Campilos. In the battle for what is third place at the moment, Dennis Thorn has extended a gap over Michael Becker, which is to the tune of nearly 0.7 of a second. The race leader going very close towards the outside of the circuit through turn number 13, just to help rotate the kart a little bit, give him a bit more flexibility in terms of steering rotation. Now the gap between Thierry de Jong and Dennis Thorn is now closed down to exactly 1.4 seconds. Stankevičius, the fastest driver out there, and no surprise with the gap that he's got over Thierry de Jong at the moment, which stretches to just under 4.6 seconds. Stankevičius running in 1 minute 4.6s and has done so for the last 2 laps. And he's quite considerably quicker in the first sector. 23.292, playing 23.862 from Thierry de Jong. And the rest of the drivers are currently in the low 24s. Nearly the best part of half a second obtained by Stankevičius in the second sector. 22.0, playing 22.4 for Thierry de Jong. Opens up the flap on the radiator on the left-hand side. And another quick lap. 1 minute 4.712 for Martinas Stankevičius. Thierry de Jong a second off. Gap now extends to 5.6 seconds as the Lithuanian makes his way through into turn number 6 and the right-hander on 8 of the circuit. No personal best from any of the 5 drivers so far on the previous tour. There were 3 personal bests for Thierry de Jong, Dennis Thorn and also Reiner Born, who are 2nd, 3rd and 5th respectively. Well past the halfway point with just 3 3/4 minutes to go, plus the additional lap. Dennis Thorn has been slightly chipping away at the gap between himself and Thierry de Jong. It's now gone down to 1.3 seconds. It was about a 10th between them last time round as Becker crosses the stripe. Personal best for de Jong, Thorn, Becker and Born all on the same lap. Thierry de Jong that time 1:05.315, another lap into the low 1 minute 4.6s for Martinas Stankevičius. De Jong now finds himself nearly 6.3 seconds behind in second position. He's about 1.4 seconds ahead of Dennis Thorn. Michael Becker in 4th, with Reiner Born rounding out the 5 strong. So with regards to the race wins, Martinas Stankevičius has had 8 race victories, including heats and finals. Dennis Thorn 6, and Michael Becker has had 1 race victory this season. So only 3, and that's all. Well, all three of these drivers are actually here with us this weekend as we head into the final 2 minutes. 80% completed, 20% to go. As both De Jong and Toom bump their way over the curbing through into the left-hand hairpin at turn number 6. That gap between Dennis Toom and Thierry De Jong has been closing a little bit by a little bit, lap on lap. And Dennis Toom last time was nearly 0.2 of a second quicker. So they both come out of the final corner. There's Michael Becker in the 526 on the Comp Kart chassis. And nearly 0.3 taken out to Thierry De Jong by Dennis Toom. 1 minute 5.065, a personal best for the 544 from Germany. But Martin Stankovičius, well, his fastest lap, a 1 minute 4.329. That was pretty much a second quicker than Thierry De Jong in second position as we head into the final 45 seconds of this race. Stankovičius got his weekend off to the best start possible with a pole position yesterday. Now he is 2 laps away from a heat win. The gap has extended to just under a whole second between Thierry De Jong and Dennis Toom, who goes a little bit wider through turn 3. I did notice Thierry De Jong looking over his right shoulder. So now with the timer expiring, that is it. Now 10.5 minutes into the race. And Stankovičius making his way through into the last hairpin, turn number 12 on the circuit before the double right here at turn number 13 and 14. And then the final lap board now being shown. So there is Stankovičius. Across the line goes the Lithuanian. So just over 1,000 meters for the 5:33 to negotiate. There's Thierry De Jong, followed by Dennis Toom. There's De Jong and Toom make their way through into turn 4 for what's going to be the last time, lap number 11 of the race. Stankovičius already making his way through turn 8, into 9, and then into the next left-hander at 10. Just nicely using good manipulation of brake and throttle application. But Martin Stankovičius is led from lights out. It's going to be, after 11 laps in the wet here at Wackersdorf, to victory. The first of 3 heats here today in Bavaria. And the Lithuanian powers out of the final corner, and Martin Stankovičius takes heat 1 in DD2 Masters as we wait for the rest of the field to come through. And Stankovičius sets the fastest lap on the final lap of the race thereof. Thierry De Jong, solid second for the Dutchman, also puts in a personal best. Dennis Toom and Michael Becker complete the top 4. And last but by certainly no means least, Pedersen finishes just over 20 seconds behind the eventual race winner of Martin Stankovičius. So the Lithuanian strikes the first blow over the course of what could be, or what will be, a title-deciding weekend. So he wins by just over 10.1 seconds from the Netherlands' Thierry De Jong. Dennis Toom, the current championship leader, rounds out the top 3 a further 1.5 seconds behind, with Michael Becker nearly 2.8 seconds adrift of the current championship leader, with Pedersen rounding out the 5 strong drivers that finished all 11 laps of racing. So that rounds out the morning action here at Pro-Kart Raceland in Wackersdorf in Germany for the final heat stay of the 2022 Rotax Max Challenge Euro Trophy season. Confirmed race winners so far: Austin Lee won the opening heat for Junior Rotax. Lewis Gilbert took Heat 1 for Senior Rotax with Groups A and B in action ahead of teammate Janis Stiek, with Alexander Abkazava rounding out the top 3. The second heat, it saw Farin Mega take the victory by 9.9 seconds ahead of Sean Butcher, with Kai Hunter rounding out the top 3. So that's it for us until the end of the lunch break, which goes on. We'll be back just before 1:10 this afternoon. But in the meantime, just to keep you entertained for around about the next 20 minutes, I spoke with a couple of the drivers yesterday ahead of the final championship race weekend of the season. So ahead of the season finale here at the Rotax Max Euro Trophy Pro Kart Raceland, come a bit closer. Here we've got Scott Marsh from Dan Holland Racing, number 222, second in the championship coming into this final round. Obviously, Ethan secured the title. It's been a tough year because you're dovetailing this with Motorsport UK British Kart Championships and Mini. Firstly, what do you think of the track?
Track's good, quite technical, but there's also some fast bits, so it was hard to learn at first, but I think we got it now.
Weather really hasn't been on everyone's side. I mean, we had a bit of a sudden downpour yesterday. There's more rain forecast. I mean, that's probably a good sign for you, you know, good in the wet. I mean, like, especially with our weather climate over in the UK, isn't it?
Yeah, been also very fast in the dry and the wet. Unfortunately, it hasn't rained a lot in England this year. Well, I haven't done a lot of testing in the rain at least. So this is like my first time in the rain in a while. So yeah, we've been strong all round, really.
You've been that close to victories this year. I mean, obviously, you know, running in two different classes because you're running in Mini in the UK because you're not old enough to run as a junior. But I know for a fact that you're moving up to juniors full time next year. What's been the difference in terms of, you know, you've got a faster kart you've got to work with, you know, the apex speeds, the braking. You've got to really condition yourself to sort of switch between the two classes, haven't you?
I mean, the hardest difference is in Minimax, you make an overtake, it's very easy to get a switch back because there's less power, like less bottom end off the corner. But in the junior, you can power more off the corner, so when you make a hard overtake, you can power off as well.
Now obviously, the thing is that you're second in the championship. Ethan's already sewn up the crown. He's decided to not compete this weekend, but still to, you know, be in your first European Championship as a junior. To be at this point of the season, 2 more finals to go on Sunday, you must be feeling pretty confident.
Yeah, I'm feeling confident, a bit disappointed because, of course, I wanted to win. But if I can still be vice European champion, it's still good. So we see how this weekend goes, and hopefully I can.
And it's great to see, obviously, you know, behind every young driver, there's a mum and a dad, and they support you wholeheartedly. I've had plenty of lovely chats with them. It's great to see that they're always here every single race weekend, giving you that little kick up the backside when you need it. And so let's say, come on, Scott, get yourself together. I mean, that's really nice having that support in your early days as a racing driver, isn't it?
Yeah, of course, it's nice. I mean, they're my #1 supporters, and they always help me out with my lines, my driving, whatever. They're always there for me.
Well, good luck, Scott, for the rest of the weekend, and give him hell out there.
Will do.
So next up, we've got our 2022 Euro Trophy Junior Rotax champion and also UK O-Plate holder, Ethan Jeff Hall from Strawberry. Ethan, firstly, congratulations, mate. Well done. 4 race wins this year, a second and a third. Obviously, you come here to support the team and actually have a watch for a bit of a change. I bet that's a nice feeling for you, buddy.
Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, it's a nice feeling to just have a relaxing weekend, knowing that we've already won the championship. It's been a very tough year with lots of competition, but we've managed to win it with 1 round to go, so yeah.
Yeah, you've had a lot of stern competition, of course. Scott, Marsh, Enzo Bol, and the man that really, really hustled you at Marienburg, Tommy van der Stroys, where it really came down to the wire. I mean, coming back to Marienburg in the two finals, the first one, there was a little bit of attack from Tommy from behind going in. I think it was turn one, if I remember correctly. You went wide going through that fast right-hand sweeper, but he gave the position back, and you guys continued to battle. I mean, that just shows the calibre and the respect that everyone has here in the Euro Trophy. Is that correct?
Yeah, there's a lot of respect, and it's just nice to see that the people care for another driver and not necessarily hit them off. So yeah.
And of course, with becoming the champion, you get a ticket to Portimao to represent Team UK as a junior Rotax driver. That must be a pretty good feeling, because obviously there's second and third still to be decided this weekend. But to get that ticket with a round to go, you must have been grinning like the Cheshire Cat from Alice in Wonderland on that one.
Yeah, it's a great feeling to represent my country at the World Finals. Did it last year. Didn't really go to plan. Wasn't very good, but should be nice to do it again and hopefully do really well.
I mean, obviously I've talked about Scott, Enzo and Tommy. It's going to be an all-out dogfight. Are you looking forward to sitting by the sidelines this weekend and just seeing it all unfold and saying, right, who am I going to be sharing the championship podium with at the end of the weekend?
Yeah, it'll be nice to watch. Obviously, I wish I was racing, but still, it'll be a good battle to watch.
So you're currently sitting fifth in the Motorsport UK Viritals British Kart Championships. Literally last weekend you were in Cambridgeshire at Kimbolton. But to still come back and, what's the feeling like now that Strawberry Racing, for the last 3 seasons in Senior Rotax have taken the title? Twice with Matilda, once with Callum last year. But for now to get that junior crown, breaking the JJ Racing winning streak, I'm sure that everyone, including Warwick, Paul and the whole team at Strawberry, are really, really proud of the efforts and the strides that you've made forward this season.
Yeah, obviously the team will be very happy. I'm very happy, very thankful for the team and everyone else who's helped me, and my sponsors, Fibre King. Yeah, it's been really good.
Well done this year, Ethan, and will we see you back here next year?
Hopefully, yeah. Thank you.
Good man. Well, I couldn't really not talk to this man here, James Johnson, a fellow Brit and a good friend. Last weekend, Motorsport UK British Kart Championships, Kimbolton, so from Cambridgeshire to southern Germany and Bavaria. And after this weekend, it's a bit of a farewell, because it's after 14 years. You've decided to sort of call time on a full-time career, which has been very storied. You've qualified for the grand finals, I think. Last time was it
2018. 2018 was the last time, which was Brazil. Yeah. And then the year before was Portimao, Portugal. Had some great experiences, over the years. I've made a lot of friends in karting that I hope will remain friends for lifetime, because it's been a special community. It's not just the karting that we love. It's the environment, the people, the uproar of it all. And like I say, I've had a great time, and I'd just like to thank everybody who's made it so special for me. It's been fun. It's been fun.
Now, I have to bring in a very, very welcome mention. Congratulations to our good buddy, Charlie Turner, 2022 Motorsport UK Viritals British Kart Championships KZ2 champion. And it all came down to the final race when he was battling away with Mr. Glenister and Mr. Adams, when it was a 1-2-3 for Ryan Rush and the team at Rush Performance. But, Charlie and his dad, I still remember we came back from Adria one year, and we were all stuck in the airport at Venice, Venice, and Charlie was like, "Oh, you got to go and grab this pizza. It's like really good." I got myself 2 slices. I couldn't stop eating it. Yeah. I was like thinking, "Hang on a second, what has Charlie Turner done to me?" And I know that Charlie's celebrating with a well-deserved holiday in Ibiza, but they were very, very much a part of your journey as well. A lot of good times, a lot of help along the way too.
Yeah, Charlie was one of the best people I've ever raced. He was very hard, very fair, and he's come up through the ranks. I've watched him grow and become such a great driver sort of thing. I mean, he won senior Rotax against Joe Turney, which isn't no mug, you know. He's currently competing for the World Finals in OK, which is the hardest category in karting around the world. Me and Charlie have had some great memories together, and he will always remain one of my best, dearest friends in the sport. And I'd like to think likewise, same to me, you know. So I'd like to congratulate Charlie on the win in KZ, because what a driver. He is like, I sum him up as the Prost of karting. Yes. Now, obviously, everybody knows Prost. What he did everything right to make those points sort of thing. And that's what Charlie's done. And he's done a fantastic job at that.
I mean, this track here at Wackersdorf, you know, just over 1,200 metres, 14 turns, you know, it can get a bit tight, it can get a bit hairy. We both know that, me from the commentary box position and you behind the steering wheel. What made you... I mean, obviously, family notwithstanding, I have to give a shout out to James's partner Amy and the two kids who are at home at the moment. You know, we've talked many a time, you, me, and your family. I mean, I still remember Genk earlier on this year. We had a sit down at the brasserie, and you know, like you said, it's all about the atmosphere, the people you meet along the way. Now, I know for a fact, now any good racer will always want to scratch that racing itch. Niklas Crones in DD2, you have been warned, like you have done this weekend. He's been doing a lot of mechanicking, but obviously, you know, you're still very much a part of the British karting community. A lot of people know you. You're very laid back, very good guy. But then when the red mist goes, and I know for a fact, having seen this man many a year in competition, bad qualifying,
doesn't matter.
No, he comes flying through the field. He's like a whirling dervish, you know. But what made you decide to sort of like call time on it here? You know, going from Cambridgeshire to bloody Bavaria of all places.
I mean, I think it's time. You get to a point in your racing career that you reach a certain age, and no matter what, I will still always be back to see the people, do the odd race, because it's in your blood, you know. When I first started karting, somebody told me karting is a drug, so watch out, because it's very addictive. So, I mean, what made me want to quit sort of thing is seeing the young kids grow up, you know, and obviously starting a business recently. I haven't got the time to go to Europe and race at the level that I want to, that I get the enjoyment from. I mean, I love racing in the UK, but after 14 years of racing in the UK, it becomes same old sort of thing. So you go and try new adventures and things like this, and I've had some great times in Europe, you know, and they've been hard, very, very hard. But I think the main thing is just getting out with your family. Just getting out with the family, and obviously my dad's played a massive part in my racing, you know. If it wasn't for him, I wouldn't be here. So thank you for that. And I'd love to race next year. The odd race, you know, I'll still be back for, but I think my time's finished. Let's get on to the kids' time. So if the kids want to race in go-karts, then so be it. We will go from there.
Now, this man has a badge of honour, because no matter which race meeting I've seen him at, he always wears his Team UK Grand Finals outfit. It's like a badge of honour. It's like a pride of place, and it's like whenever anyone goes like, who's that guy in the team? Oh yeah, that's James Johnson. Like everyone knows you for that, and that's been your sort of like trademark stamp, so to speak.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I always like to show where I'm from, you know, what country I represent and things like that, because I think it's good for the karting world to see people look at you, where you're from, you know, who you represent, and flying the British flag is what I want to do, you know. And there's a lot of drivers out there from Britain that don't wear the suits anymore, and I think you should to represent your country, you know.
It's quite funny you say that, because like earlier on today, I think it was yesterday, Mr. Butcher was wearing his Team UK race overalls underneath his wetsuit, and that's, you know, obviously they want to keep the KR Sport all nice and ship-shape and Bristol fashion and all that. But like you say, it's a pride of place. I mean, coming back to your experiences, like going to the grand finals, you know, we're at the time of recording this, we're actually 65 days away from the grand finals happening in Portimao, which will be the 5th time in the 22 runnings of it. You know, the adventure you had to Conde Pareba in Brazil, I mean, I bet that was an experience and a half. Going down out of that final corner, down that, you thought you were on down the hill, going through the roller coaster. I mean, that must have been one of the most impressive sights of karting, experiencing it from a driver's perspective.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I've been to some tracks around the world in the past, and Brazil was probably one of the best tracks I've been to. Going through the favelas and things like that on the way to the track, on the bus, and seeing how the world lives, how it is on the other side of the world, sort of thing. I mean, it took 22 hours on a plane, so it was quite a stint. But I mean, and also after we didn't actually make the main final because of breakdowns and things like this. Bad luck, as usual. So it seems that bad luck follows me. I mean, in karting you need luck, and if you haven't got luck, then it makes it extremely hard. But what did really make it special for me was when Henry said to me, come on, come commentate the world finals, the senior Rotax world finals. And I believe I did a pretty good job at it, but so to the point that he's actually invited me back to the UK to do a bit more commentary at the British Championship. So we'll see how that goes in the future. So hopefully I'll be back, you know, obviously I'll be back next year to do a bit of commentary, hopefully, maybe a bit of racing, and we might see the kids on the track. We'll see.
I think, you know, we have to give a shout out to the voice of the grand finals, Mr. Baudet, who normally shoehorns me. I mean, he shoehorned me in for 2019 at Sarno with Minimax, but then going to Bahrain last year for my experience was one of the best I've had. You know, despite the fact, obviously, under severe, you know, COVID-19 restrictions, PCR tests being required, we didn't have the traditional, like, welcome party like we had in Sarno and like you guys would have had in like Portimao and Brazil back in 2017, 2018. But you know, Portimao, you know, just tell the people at home out there, what is it that just Portimao just sort of like brings as soon as you hit that track? I mean, it's a great track in its own right there.
I mean, obviously you've got the international track there as well, like the car racing track, which it adds the excitement. You feel like you're at a proper track, you know, just like Le Mans sort of thing, I suppose. But Portimao, like the World Finals, is just such a big event. You're all in one awning. So like I say, it's like a big family sort of thing. But the track is just pristine. You know, the barriers all new, the paint all new. It's how it should be, sort of thing. And there's a few tracks in the UK where they haven't got the money to do that sort of thing, or the background. So there's a lot of people that try and help out these less funded tracks. But they're not the same as the European ones because they don't have the following and obviously the money that goes into these tracks. Like, it's nice to see the owners putting the money into it because there's a lot of tracks that don't, sort of thing.
I think a recent example of that in the United Kingdom is Karting Northeast, Warden Law, with the Hunter family. Yeah. I mean, Matt has done a fantastic job on getting that circuit. But of course, you know, I think one of the things for me is looking forward to going to PF for the final round of the Euro Trophy next year, which I think, first of all, for you folks out there, I think a lot of British drivers will be trying to enter that, and I'm sure we'll have packed grids. I think you probably agree on that one.
I'm even thinking about entering that one because PFI is, as it's known, is a prestige track. One of the best in the world, I would say. You know, there's not many tracks that have a bridge. So, well, karting tracks. So I think everybody will really enjoy that, and the grids there will be massive. We'll see.
Well, James, thanks very much for your time, mate. Good luck.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Alex. You've been a great sport. Pleasure to the sport having you here and things like that, and Henry as well. You know, the commentators in this sport are at the top of the game, definitely. Thank you very much.
Thank you, mate. And so James Johnson calling time on a 14-year career, and what a better place than the Euro Trophy finale here at Wackersdorf.
Paddock announcement. Paddock announcement. Could drivers 449 and 453 report to the stewards immediately? Driver 449, Philip Moitzi, and driver 453, Ilias Kaliakmanis, please report to the stewards immediately. Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome back to the afternoon's action here at the fourth and final round of the 2022 Rotax Max Challenge Euro Trophy season, being hosted here in southern Germany in Bavaria at the Pro-Kart Raceland circuit in Wackersdorf. So the junior drivers are gearing up and getting ready for their second of 3 heats, and in the opening heats earlier on, which kick-started the morning's action, Germany's Austin Lee took the victory by just under 2.5 seconds ahead of Gustav Zusakov's, with Enzo Boll, one of 3, maybe even more than that, drivers that will be in for a possible chance of getting onto the championship podium, as there are still 2 tickets for junior Rotax drivers. There is Scott Marsh in the 222, ended up finishing in 14th at the end of the first heat. And Enzo Boll and Tommy van der Stroy placed 3rd and 6th, respectively. So 3 penalties were given out for pushing, adding a total of 5 seconds to Scott Marsh. Then also the 252, which was Georgios Kafantaris from Greece, and then along with that, the 273, Max Cuthbert from Great Britain, also got a 5-second time penalty for pushing. 5 drivers were given a 5-second front fairing penalty, and Dion van Werven ended up with a 10-second time penalty following on from a steward's decision earlier on in heat number 1. No rainfall at present, but the wind looks to have picked up a little bit down in the dummy grid, the umbrella being blown from side to side. So let's take you through the grid for our second junior Rotax heat. It will be the same starting order as the previous one earlier on this morning. So Gustav Zusakovs and Kasper Schomans will line up on the front row. Leon Zelenko will line up alongside Heat 1 winner Austin Lee, with Mikkel Pedersen and Alberto Kiko Fracassi on row 3. Enzo Boll and Dion van Werven will round out row 4, with Tommy van der Stroy and Bolowet completing the top 10. Georgios Kafantaris, Aaron Krepsik, Leandro Fischer, Max Cuthbert, Scott Marsh, Maxim Sichurko, Aljaz Vidmar, Martin Ernesto Varga, Maximilian Schreier, Vic Stevens, Lotus Tveen, Tino Sidler, Sebastian Koch, Olivier Jonkers, Thomas Rudokas, Christoph Sala and Noah Janssen rounding out the 27-strong grid. But I would expect that Christoph Sala might be a non-starter in this second heat. Drivers now going out onto their formation lap, ahead of another 7 minutes plus an additional lap of racing. Still quite a significant amount of standing water on the start-finish straight. Heading on the outside, heading into turns 1 and 2 under the gantry. as the red lights are ignited and primed to go out once it's declared that it's going to be a good start. So it will be down to Gustav Zusakovs and Kasper Schurmans, who is very much in close competition with Enzo Boll for third place. So the drivers will now bunch up and get into position as we get ready to go racing for the second time. Junior Rotax heat number 2 is lights out. We're underway. Yusakovs gets a better start this time, and Austin Lee slingshots past Kasper Schurmans on the run through turn 2 for the first time. Drivers heading through the right-hand sweep here at turn 3. Standing water on the inside in the approach to the braking zone. 3 wide at very many points. Mikkel Pedersen looks to have run a little bit wide coming out of the exit of turn number 4. The Dane looks to assert himself and get up into P5 by turn 6. Can't get through, and he is through for 5th position. Drivers now 2 wide at some points going through turn 7 and turn 8. So Yusakovs leads the way, followed by Austin Lee as they go through turn number 12. 3rd and 4th, it is now Kasper Schurmans, who is ahead of Leon Zelenko. Enzo Boll goes towards the outside on the approach to turn 12 on Mikkel Pedersen, and now retakes 5th place. It's getting very close. Tino Sidler in one of the skirmishes. Scott Marsh trying to make it 3 wide over the crest, and he does so, gets the inside line for turn 13. One of the Birol Art carts round to the outside. But the lead for Gustav Zusakovs at the moment is just over 0.2 of a second. Austin Lee remaining in 2nd position. A little bit of a distance between the 272 and the 240. And as very, very close indeed for several of the drivers. I think Maximilian Schreier was around the outside, possibly. One of the drivers might have been Noah Janssen. The driver still scrabbling for traction on what is a very, very wet circuit. As very sideways from Leon Krepsik coming out of turn 12. He put the hammer down and the back right wheel touched the outside of the circuit and then nearly put him sideways. Some battles as again it's getting to be 3 wide. Scott Marsh is not having an easy time. Tommy van der Stroy is now up into 6th position. He's going to start chasing after Enzo Boll, who's the one in front of him. Mikkel Pedersen, 3-way scrap for a little bit further back with the likes of Alberto Kiko Fracassi, Dion van Verven and Maxim Sachurko. Sachurko placed 8th in the previous heat, and his countryman Thomas Rudokas finished in 11th. So Olivier Jonkers looks to possibly be out of the race early doors. Might not even have made it out. And back end of the field, Sebastian Koch from Belgium for Dams Racing, rounding out the 25 strong that are still running. Good move by Tommy van der Stroy up the inside of Enzo Boll as Austin Lee goes up the inside of Gustav Zusakovs through turn number 11 to now take the lead. And what is lap number 3? As the 2 leaders make their way through turns 13 and 14. Now Tommy van der Stroy, well, Gustav Zusakovs on the previous tour did take the fastest lap. Now it goes to Austin Lee. 1 minute 5.242. And his fastest lap last time was 1 minute 6.3. So the circuit is now a second faster than it was in the previous heat. So Austin Lee was leading at the end of lap number 3. And Gustav Zusakovs by just under 4/10. Kasper Schurmans in 3rd place. Leon Zelenko and Tommy van der Stroy now round out the top 5. Maxim Sachurko is trying to get himself up the order. He looks to be in is around about 8th position as Maximilian Schreier has a little bit of a tangle, and he goes off the circuit onto the grass, the 2:53 for Germany. That might have been that is the 2:69 of Vic Stevens. Tino Sidler trying to catch up those in front, but he looks to be passed. And that might be Max Cuthbert. So Tommy van der Stroy is really closing in on Leon Zelenko and Kasper Schurman. So van der Stroy's on the verge of trying to go for a P3 finish. Can't really see a definitive racing line showing up just yet, but with the Mojo wet weather tyres, as here goes van der Stroy up the inside. Oh, he nearly got 2 for the price of 1, then had to back out of it. So both Schurmans and Zelenko both got back past through turn number 11. So with a minute and a half to go, Austin Lee looking to make it 2 for 2 so far on heat stay. Just under 1.1 seconds behind Gustav Zusakov's, Kasper Schurmans and Leon Zelenko rounding out the top 4. Van der Stroy is closing in on them as Maxim Socherko has made further ground and is closing in on all people. Of all people, it's Mikkel Pedersen from Denmark in the 2:55 who rounds out the top 6. So Alberto Kiko Fracassi still holding on to that 9th place for the moment. Ahead of Vic Stevens from Belgium. 45 seconds on the clock remaining. Still all to play for positions, and to be completely honest, Socherko is looking for a move up the inside through turn 12, switch back from Pedersen straight away. Here we go onto the penultimate lap. Socherko in the back, in the slipstream is now Van der Stroy's up the inside for P4 on Leon Zelenko. Splashes up a little bit of water through the curbing. Oh, that was a bit wide from Pedersen, and up the inside goes Socherko to now take the position. Pedersen's going to try and get the overspeed round the outside. That's brave through turn number 6, and he makes it through. Great work by the Dane. Now Van der Stroy has Schurmans in the crosshairs because the timer has run out. Van der Stroy switches to the outside through turn 12. He's got the run, he's got the slipstream. He's alongside Schurmans down to turn 12. The 240 will have the inside line, but then another switchback attempt. Van der Stroy's trying to put the throttle down, jumping up and down in the kart, and Schurmans was able to pull away quite quickly. Zelenko's closed in on them as Austin Lee starts the final lap of the race. Van der Stroy's now in the tow as they go through turn 3, up the inside, through on Kasper Schurmans. He's wrestling with the steering of the car, and Schurmans had the confidence and the presence of mind to put it through. But then again, trying to go through on the inside at turn 4. That was not what Tommy van der Stroy wanted. He wanted to make the move. He's now going to try through turn 6. Bumps over the curbs, and nearly a little bit of a tangle. That's going to allow Zelenko to go towards the outside of van der Stroy. And the Croatian goes round through turn 7. Is he going to make it through turn 8? No, van der Stroy gets through, and then straight away the Croatian dives up the inside through into turn 9. This is allowing Schurmans to get through, but and now this could happen. Zelenko pulls away from van der Stroy. Schurmans looking up the inside. He's trying to force the issue. A cross-back attempt from van der Stroy. And this is allowing Mikkel Pedersen to get through. But Austin Lee makes his way over the crest for what is going to be the final time. And it's 2 for 2 for Austin Lee in as many races. Gustav Zusakovs once again finishing in second. And look at the scramble for 4th place. It's going to be Tommy van der Stroy. Maxim Socherko, what a drive from the young Lithuanian, taking 5th place. at the end of it all. Ahead of Mikkel Pedersen, Kasper Schormans, unfortunately, ending up in 7th, ahead of Enzo Boll, who rounds out the top 8, with Alberto Kiko Fracassi and Vic Stevens completing the top 10 positions. Top 10 covered by 9.8 seconds at the end of that race. But Austin Lee, great drive from the youngster, made the switch to JJ Racing last year at the Rotax Max Challenge International Trophy at Le Mans and has settled in very nicely. So Austin Lee wins the race ahead of Gustav Zusakovs, Leon Zelenko, Tommy van der Stroys, Maxim Sachurko, Mikkel Pedersen, Kasper Schormans, Enzo Boll, Alberto Kiko Fracassi and Vic Stevens rounding out the top 10. It was then Maximilian Schreier, Dion van Verden, Max Cuthbert, Boluet, Tino Sidler, Thomas Ludorkas, Scott Marsh and Leandro Fischer, with Georgios Kafantaris and Aaron Krepsik rounding out the top 20. Aljas Vidmar, Martin Ernesto Varga, Lotus Sveen, Noah Jansen and Sebastian Koch rounding out the 25 finishers, with Olivier Jonkers not out very early, with Christoph Stahler with a non-start. So we're now heading into our next batch of senior Rotax heats. So we've got 2 on the way and then 2 more to go. Each driver will compete in 3 respective heats. There is a 361, that is Andrei Petrovic, who will start 9th. Just behind him, Miro Halika from Finland in the 381. So the grid is now being cleared. So we will have 21 drivers in this field. There's Yaron Schultz from Israel running with the with KRT. So let's have a look at the starting grid for race 7 out of 15 today. It's Senior Rotax, Heat 3, Groups A versus C. Nevio Fischer starts from pole position and will line up alongside one of the heat winners already today, Fahin Mega, on the front row. Matilda Olsen and Matteo Pianizzola now on row number 2. Rafa Venhofer and Zach Skauler. Row number 3, Wout Kirstens and Luke Neeson. Row 4 with Andrei Petrovic from Serbia and Lachlan Robinson from the United Arab Emirates rounding out the top 10. Miro Halika and Mette Argon on row 2. Sem Argon on the inside of row 7 with Sem van Thiel alongside from the Netherlands. William Christensen and Arnold Domingo on row number 8 with row 9 completed by Scott Westhovens and Bennett Arons. Rounding out the 21 strong grid, it's Luca Schlegel, Yaron Schultz and we've got the number 833 of Hartmut Schaumann. So 21 drivers set to go into battle for 10 minutes plus an additional lap. As the drivers now will head towards the far part of the circuit, now making their way through turn number 12. So Lewis Gilbert and Farhan Mega have one win apiece. Into the tram lines we go. Revs rise, lights are out. We're underway and racing. A very good start from Nevio Fischer, but Farhan Mega already switching to the inside, being followed by Matilda Olsen. And the 307 has been turned around. William Christensen from Denmark ending up at the back end of the field. That was heading through turn number 3. Everyone trying to juggle over real estate here. Olsen trying to look up the inside for third position. And now leading the race is Matteo Pianezzola. Farhan Mega trying to get through on Nevio Fischer, does so. Matilda Olsson also trying to make her way through up into third place. The Swede has to wait for an opportunity, but there is someone just behind. That's Wout Kirstens from the Netherlands, who rounds out the top 5. Rafael Renhofer sitting in what will be 5th position. And Olsson up the inside, trying to get past Nevio Fischer, and does so. Good move by the Swede, who's looking for the undercut. Kirsten bumps over the curbs through turn number 12. And then Zach Scowler manages to slingshot his way past out of turn number 12 himself. So 3:28 from the United Arab Emirates getting through. Actually, that's Lachlan Robinson. So Zach Scowler's dropped down the order. Robinson up to P5. And we've only completed the first tour. There's a send and a half by Robinson up the inside of both Olsson and Stiak, as the Dubai-based driver has to wait and bide his time. Everyone's trying to score for real estate. Kirsten's nearly centred up the inside of Robinson. Robinson went up the inside of Stiak. Whoa, Robinson's done a great little move there. Managed to get through on both Fischer and Olsson. That was coming out of turn number 7. So now that puts him up into a genuine 3rd place after a lap and a half, having started from the outside of row number 5. Fischer's losing more positions. Kirsten's got through, but also Renhofer's closing in. It's all for themselves out here at Wackersdorf at the moment. Fischer losing more positions and has just lost one to Renhofer. Luke Neeson has gotten through as Farhan Mega sweeps past Matteo Pianezzola through turn 3, but the Italian close on the counter-attack. If they start to keep on battling as they are doing now, it's going to allow the likes of Robinson and Olsson to catch up to them. Olsson's got about a second gap between herself and Wout Kirstens in the number 366, rounding out the top 5, as the leaders now make their way through into turn number 8. A little bit further back, there are some moves happening. I think that might have been, that is Renhofer battling away with Nevio Fischer for position. And Renhofer has the slight upper hand thus far. So the number 333 with FM Racing is moving up the order slowly but surely. Just over 6.5 minutes remain, as Zach Scowler has dropped outside of the top 10 and is now battling for that 10th position. That will be with Finland's Miro Halika in the 381. More dive bombs happening at turn number 4. Could be Bennett Aronson, Andrei Petrovic, I think, through into turn 4 in that particular occasion. So 8:23 trying to go up the inside of 361. But in the meantime, well, Lachlan Robinson has just put in the fastest lap of the race. He was 8 tenths quicker than Matteo Pianezzola on that previous lap, who is over 4/10 quicker than the race leader. There's now Renhofer up the inside of Kirstens, who gets the switch back. But Renhofer's going to have the inside line for turn number 12, but in the racing line as it sits thus far, sitting on the outside of turn number 12, there is a bit of a dry line starting to form, but it's minimal at best. And Robinson has really latched on. He's put in another fastest lap, 2 in a row for the number 303. Third in the championship last year. Closing in on Pianezzola. And Robinson went towards the outside of turn 4, trying to get past Pianezzola, and the Italian's still ahead at the moment. As Wackersdorf's battling away with Nevio Fischer. Fischer looks to go late on the brakes into turn number 6, and he gets through. As Kirstens keeps side by side, going into the apex for turn number 7, but backs out of it. But then decides to send it up the inside through the curbing. And he does that. And always just hit the back left wheel. And Wout Kirstens has inadvertently spun himself around and has had to wait for everyone to get past before rejoining. So what could have been a solid positional finish for the 366 for the Netherlands. It's getting a bit... Oh, Andrej Petrovic has just had Miro Halika, I think, just go over the right-hand side wheels. And Petrovic was off of turn number 11, or turn number 12. And now Miro Halika has got Bennett Arens from Germany in the 823. Now, these two are teammates. They're side-by-side into turns 1 and 2. As sideways for the Finn. Going through into turn number 3, just literally turned the steering wheel, and the cart flicked out the back end to the left-hand side. But in the meantime, whilst that has all been going on, Lachlan Robinson has now pulled away from Matteo Pianezzola. And Farin Mega now running in the mid 1 minute 4s. It's a bit sideways. I think that might have... I'm not too sure who that was. I'll keep an eye on that cart. That was the 328. Zach Scowler battling away for a top 10 finish. He's got Andrej Petrovic directly up the inside. And Petrovic, the young Serbian, gets through. Scowler tries to look towards the outside, takes the tighter line through turn 12, gets through, but Petrovic, nearly got a run on the 328 and had to hit the brakes, and he gets a touch from behind from Bennett Arens from Germany. What was that? No, that was 829, Mete Argun from Austria, who gave the Serbian attack in the rear bumper. And we are really seeing the lap times drop. We're into the 1 minute 4s, and that is with the majority of the top 10, if not all of the top 10, have gone into the 1 minute 4s. And Rafael Renhofer, now sitting in 5th place behind Matilda Olsson, has got the fastest lap of the race only by 4 1/1000ths by the driver in 2nd, who's charging towards an opportunity to go for the race lead. And he has got the race lead. So Lachlan Robinson, who on his 17th birthday a couple of years ago managed to get his first ever pole position in Europe, and it was done at this very track. So a bit more of things going on. Mete Argun getting passed by Zach Scowler, and Argun runs wide. And it is the 362 of Lucas Schlegel that's now battling with Zach Scowler. William Christensen has made his way a little bit further up the order and has gotten round the outside of the 829 from Austria, coming out of turn 3 and heading into turn 4. So the times are dropping. We are into the 1 minute 3s. Lap times are evolving significantly as Andrej Petrovic has set the fastest lap of the race after 7 laps of this circuit. 1 minute 3.588 for the 361. Currently, at the moment, as things stand, sitting in around about 10th position. More drivers trying to make some opportunities for themselves. As the 830 of Israel's Jaren Schultz goes side by side with Arnold Dominko from Hungary, and the 832 ends up on the dirt and the grass on the outside of the corner. But the lead now has extended between Lachlan Robinson and Farin Mega to just over 1.2 seconds. Petrovic sets another fastest lap. The KSCA Study Europe driver has bettered his previous time by well over 0.2 of a second. And just interesting to see. Oh, there's a little bit of a tussle in the 8:24. Luke Neeson having a little bit of a touch with Sem Argun. Ends up going with the former, ending up going off track. But still, all 21 drivers are circulating. So, onto the penultimate lap we go. Robinson leads by 2.3 seconds. Matteo Pianezzola is closing in on Farin Mega for second position. A bit further back, Miro Halika and Andrej Petrovic went into battle. The Finn looked to go up the inside through turn 3 on the Serbian, but no room there. Timer now expires. The next time around, Lachlan Robinson, who led the closest ever Euro Trophy ranking after heats in its history, last time out at Marienburg, on course, having started from the outside of the 5th row from 10th position. 303 from KR Sports, now just over a lap away from picking up another heat win. And Robinson is also on the previous tour, on the completion of lap 9, put in his personal best, 1 minute 3.630. So, final lap underway. Battle for 3rd and 4th really heating up, because Rafa Renhofer closed in onto Matteo Pianezzola to the tune of well over 0.4 of a second. They now make their way through into turn 5 for what's going to be the final time. When is Renhofer looking to go for the move? It won't be through here at turn 6, and then might have an opportunity if he gets a good run out of the turn 9-10 chicane. But Robinson now making his way through into the penultimate hairpin on the circuit, making his way through turn 11. Renhofer waiting, biding his time, seeing if he can get a good run of momentum, but Pianezzola able to counter through that corner. But Robinson picked up 2 heat wins back at Marienburg and decided to return to KR Sports. At the midpoint of this season, he will come across the line and become the 3rd different race winner here today. Farin Mega takes the 2nd place. A good start for the young German. Pianezzola from Italy and Rafa Renhofer from Germany ran out the top 4. Matilda Olsson ends up 8th in her first heat, 5th in her second. Ahead of Nevio Fischer, who had a better time out, unlike the first heat where he retired on lap number 6. Sem van Til, Andrej Petrovic, Miro Halika and Germany's Bennett Arends round out the top 10 positions. So far, 3 different heat winners in as many of the heats here in senior Rotax. So 1 to Lewis Gilbert, 1 to Farin Mega, and now 1 going the way of Lachlan Robinson. So rounding out the finishing order from 11th to 21st, William Christensen in 11th, head of Zach Scowler, Mette Argun, Lukas Schlegel, Luke Neeson, Sem Argun in 16th, head of Scott Westhovens. Yanin Schultz from Israel makes it up to 18th position at the flag, with Wout Kirstens, Arnold Dominko and Hamad Shorman rounding out the 21 finishers, all completing the 11-lap race distance. So the drivers now going through into Parc Fermé, so front fairings will be checked. And also drivers will be weighed to see that they make the weight limit. So just a couple of minutes to go before we head into race number 8. So provisionally that is 3 different heat winners from 3 different races so far, with another 3 to go, including this one, where we will next up have race number 8. It's heat 4, B and D. So Janis Diak will start from pole position. Alfie Briggs will be alongside him on the front row. In this particular race, on the immediate right-hand side, just coming out of shot, is Sean Butcher from KR Sport, who will start on the outside of row number 4. There's Zombor Kovac doing a bit of limbering up there, just rotating his shoulders. But the dummy grid has been cleared. And the sunshine decides for the first time today to beat down on the facility here at Pro Kart Raceland. So slight drama there, getting out of the dummy grid for Kai Hunter, due to start on 6th position, the outside of row number 3. But it's Janis Diak who will start from pole position. Alfie Briggs from Great Britain will be alongside. Lewis Gilbert, one of our heat winners from earlier on, looking to start from the inside of row number 2 on position number 3. He'll have championship protagonist Kai Rilets on the outside on row 2. Alexander Abkazava and hopefully Kai Hunter will be able to retake his position. They will complete row number 3. Rashid Ghanem and current championship leader Sean Butcher, row number 4. Devian Horst and Nico Hanke complete the top 10 positions. Zombor Kovac and Mats Johan Overhoff ran out the top 12 ahead of Elia Galvanin and James Johnson. Jason Leung and Sam Bergstein, row 8. Philip Vava and Jan Schmidt, row 9, with Matthias Krohn, Buzz Janssen and Matteo Richter rounding out the 21-strong grid. So the drivers will get themselves lined up and ready ahead of 10 minutes plus an additional lap of racing. So could we have a 4th different winner from 4 heats in senior Rotax, or could we have our first double winner of the day? Red lights ignited on the starting gantry, and Kai Hunter takes up his position on the grid in 6th, outside of Alexander Abkazava. Right then, out of turn number 14, as the sunshine shines on the circuit, into the tram lines, revs rise, lights are out, we're off and racing. Good start from Alfie Briggs, and he's pushing and squeezing Janis Diak. And Gilles trying to keep to the outside. It's 3 wide going into the corner. Lewis Gilbert gets a little bit of a touch as they head down to turn 4 for the first time. And there's been a bit of a drama, and Kai Gilles has ended up involved in the incident through no fault of his own. There were 2 other carts that have also gone off of turn number 5. And one of which is the 836 of Philip Vava from Spain. So everyone gets back circulating. But at the moment, it is the 339 of Janis Diak, who I think is leading the race, which is confirmed in my line of sight. Lewis Gilbert in 2nd. 3rd, it's Kai Hunter. 4th, it's going to be Alexander Abkazava from Georgia. It's been an easy one. Now, going to keep an eye on where Alfie Briggs is at the moment, because he was on the front row as they come across the line. Stiak leads by just over 6/10 from Gilbert. Hunter in 3rd. Abkazava, Kovac, Galvanin, Ganim, Leung and Johnson. Alfie Briggs down in 10th position, having started on the outside of the front row. He's having a bit of a battle on his hands. He's got Mats Johan Overhoff just going around the outside of him. And just behind them is Devian Ross from the Netherlands in the 3-4-5. 8.5 minutes to go. As Willits now starting to catch those in front. He currently sits in what looks to be, that is 18th position or so. He's got to make some moves up the order to try and help his chances for tomorrow. Devian Ross really getting his elbows stuck out at the moment, battling away with Matthias Krohn, as Kai Hunter now goes into battle with Lewis Gilbert. The 2 Brits side by side. Gilbert keeps in front on the racing line through turns 1 and 2, into the sweeper at 3. Hunter might go for the move if he gets the window of opportunity, but he thinks better of it on this occasion. So Alexander Abkazava has just had Zsombor Kovac go around the outside of him through turn number 6. Elia Galvanin is a little bit further adrift. Looks like Philip Vava might have pulled into the pit lane and might have stopped. I'm not 100% sure. I'm waiting for the Spaniard to cross the line. Kai Hunter closing in on Lewis Gilbert, but Janis Diak is starting to pull away. And there's a gap of about 7/10 of a second as they come out of turns 13 and 14. Hunter sweeps to the outside of Gilbert like he did last lap. Gilbert goes on the defensive. Hunter slots in behind through turns 1 and 2, and again through 3. Down into the braking zone once more for turn 4. Hunter really hustling along Gilbert and looks to the inside. Nice move by Hunter through on turn number 5 up into what will be now 2nd position for the Brits. So Nico Hanke and Philip Vava look to have been eliminated from the race. A real shame for the pair. The 826 from Germany and the 836 from Austria out after the first lap. Now Hunter will start chasing after the current race leader as we're on to the near conclusion of lap number 4. Willits is making some steady progress up the field. He's currently sitting in 16th ahead of Mateo Richter from the Czech Republic. Sean Butcher now up into P12. It's not been an easy start for the current championship leader either in this race. But now you can see that both Hunter and Gilbert are closing in on Janis Diak. And there is a distinct dry line starting to form on turns 1 and 2. So the track is evolving. We are now less than 60 seconds per lap. Fastest lap of the race last time round. It's the driver in 2nd position. That's Kai Hunter. He put in a 58.859. So at one point or another, there is a distinct dry line now starting to form around this circuit. I can see it through turns 4, turns 5, 6, 7, 9. So these wet weather tyres are starting to disperse the water at a significant rate of knots. And now with the top three very, very close together. They were just under 9/10 of a second apart after the first 4 laps. Stiak is now going to have to start defending very, very shortly. Goes on to the standing water to cool the tyres. So at least they don't get absolutely obliterated. And sometimes a bit of conservation can help you in certain circumstances, depending if any weather shifts happen again. Just over 4.5 minutes remaining. Phillips now starting to close up a little bit more. He's about 1.7 seconds off of Alfie Briggs. That was over 1.2 seconds quicker than the Brit on the previous lap. And the lap time before that was a 59.7 for the Belgian, just 16 years of age. And former 2-time junior Rotax champion over the last 2 seasons before making his senior Rotax debut at last year's Rotax Max Euro Golden Trophy at Karting Genk. Top 3 now covered by just over 1.4 seconds. Elia Galvanin and Zsombor Kovac are into battle. This is for 4th position. Kovac decides to go through the standing water puddle after the start-finish line to cool the tyres. Alexander Abkazava, another run up into the top 10 for James Johnson, as he is currently sitting in 7th place, having started 14th. They've really got to manage these tyres. Janis Stiak last time round did a 58.252 second lap time. Oh, right, so we've got a little bit of drama. There is one driver off of turn number 5. Apparently might have lost a wheel. And that kart is now not going anywhere, and the driver walking away, and I would suspect that could be Kai Rillerts, judging by the race helmet I've just seen, my line of sight, and that looks to be the case. So maybe through the result of that incident, that a wheel might have been nudged loose, so to speak, through the impact. So it wasn't just one, it was 2. As all, there's a bit of a tangle, very, very close indeed. Kovac went on the offensive, and Galvanin might have got a little bit of a touch. But Kovac now goes through into turn 5 and now takes what will be 4th position. And that is the case, that it is Kai Rillerts who will be who is now effectively our 3rd confirmed retired driver from this race. Down to 18 drivers with Sam Bergstein, and the 319 being at the back end of the grid behind Buzz Janssen. So 2 Dutch drivers rounding out the field. But keeping my eyes on the front of everything, Janis Stiak is still having to battle with Kai Hunter. And they both go through the initial standing water, and the gap between them is just over 0.3 of a second. And Stiak was fractionally quicker than Hunter on that particular occasion. Kovac in the meantime now has a 0.9 of a second advantage over Galvanin. James Johnson in the meantime has got past Alexander Abkazava. So the Brit now up 8 places from 14th to 6th position. I know his partner and the kids are watching at home. Hello, Amy. Hello, kids. Hope you're doing well. 1 minute 35 still to go on the clock. And good to see Mats Johan Overhoff in the top 10. He's actually just been passed by Sean Butcher, who goes up to 9th place. Rashid Ghanem in 8th. Jason Leung outside of the top 10 in 12th place behind Denmark's Mathias Krohn in the number 825. Alfie Briggs running in the top 13 as Jan Schmidt and Matteo Richter ran out the top 15. Just over a minute to go, and Kai Hunter looking to try and see if he can have an opportunity of getting past Janis Stiak. But Stiak has been wise to every potential attack that Hunter might have thought about. Stiak in the running for this year's senior Rotax crown in the Rotax Max Challenge Germany Championship. And a little bit of a different racing line from Kai Hunter as opposed to Janis Stiak, as that dry line is really starting to showcase. So the crossover point of going from wets to slicks is probably a lot closer than people might anticipate, because that wonderful burst of sunshine that we had as we got the race underway, as we go on to our penultimate lap number 10 out of 11. So Lewis Gilbert, a little bit of a sideways drift there from Kai Hunter as he turns the kart into turn 3. But a very, very controlled drift there from the driver from Sunderland. So timer has expired as we're about to come to the conclusion of our 4th out of 6 senior Rotax heats today, 6 in total. And each driver, their score will be based on the results of the 3 heats they compete in over the course of the day. So 18 drivers rounded out by Devenhorst from the Netherlands. This time around, Janis Diak will be the driver on this occasion that will see the last lap board first. So over 1,200 metres left to go. And he has a 4/10 of a second advantage over the driver in second. As Hunter, again, the back end seems to be a little bit, not sketchy, but a little bit loose, if you were to use a NASCAR analogy, as it went out to the left-hand side as he turned it into turn 3. So I'm not too sure how much purchase he's got left or how many grooves there are left on that set of rear Mojo wet tyres. Going through into turns 9 and 10. 4 more corners to go. And Janis Diak has done a great job at the front of the field, having started from pole position. But it could be a bit close for comfort because Kai Hunter is closing into turn 12, and Hunter gets the switchback. Oh, he's pulling alongside. This could be a run to turn 13. Hunter's going to get the inside line. Oh, there's a little bit of a touch between the pair. But they're going to come out of the final corner, and Hunter takes the win by just over 3/10 of a second. Slightest of touches there between the two. Lewis Gilbert takes another solid top 3 finish, winning his first heat and taking 3rd in this one. Sombor Kovac from Hungary and Elia Galvanin from Italy ran out the top 5. Good old James Johnson, curtailing his 14-year karting career this weekend. Another great finish, now 6th. So 7th in the first one, 6th in this one. He had a championship leader, Sean Butcher, with Rashid Ghanem, Alexander Abkazava and Matthias Krohn rounding out the top 10. And the Dane in the 825 made his way from 19th to the top 10. In 11th, it was Canada's Jason Leung, with Mats Johan Overhoff taking 12th place in the 355. Alfie Briggs started on the outside of the front row, but would finish in 13th position, ahead of Austria's Jan Schmidt and Sam Bergstein from the Netherlands, completing the top 15. Bas Janssen, Matteo Richter, and soon-to-be Devian Hurst set to cross the line. They will be the 18 finishers. Unfortunately, Kai Grilletz would be out of the race on lap number 6, apparently with a loose wheel on the Sodi Kart chassis after an incident early doors. Nico Handke and Philip Vava would also be casualties, ending their race on lap 1. So we have 2 more races to go in the second sets of heats, and I've been reliably informed that the next race will be a bit different because everyone has been... I had a look briefly on the roving camera shot that we had just a moment ago, that a lot of the drivers, just to see what the wear levels were like on the rear tyres on the senior Rotax drivers that just went out for their 4th heat, groups B versus D. So, in that respect... Oh, right, and also Philip Varva's just being recovered in. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we go from slicks... Well, we go to slicks from wets. I've just seen the damage that was being sustained by... Kai Rillet's lost a right rear wheel, and Philip Varva's left front steering is... basically not tracking true. It's in on the left-hand side. Good to see that Philip's okay, though. That's the main thing. But now we are going to have a very interesting proposition because the drivers now for DD2, heat number 2, are going to be out. And every single one of them, as you can see pretty much, are on slick tyres. So let's take you through the grid for heat number 2 for DD2, race 9 of the meeting. Ville Villainen will line up alongside Mark Kimber on the front row. Pedersen and Martin van Leeuwen from the Netherlands round out row number 2, with the number 412 having won the opening heat of the day. Leonardo Baccaglini will start on the inside of row number 3 alongside Austria's Philip Moitzi. Matthias Jette Jacobsen and Maxime Dirks, that rounds out row number 4 with Ragnar Virus and Stan Pex completing the top 10. Patrick Snolls, Lokmelis and Jakob Bezel completing the top 12 ahead of Lawrence Seyfried and Tino Egeskov from Germany and Denmark respectively. Charlie Anderson lining up alongside Edward Matthews on row 8 with Hannes Warder, Lucas Thompson, Niklas Crones and Florian Breitenbach rounding out the top 20. Then it's Philip Jensen, Vinstiak, Karl Borgard, Lucas Bernal, Zendruer, Manuel Tenchert, Ilias Kaliakmanis, Andreas Zinkevicius, Matis Malinovskis, Hugo Schwarzer, Alessandro Glauser, Benjamin Unterberger and Rasmus Vendelbo. That's your 33-strong grid. So current air temperature 12 degrees Celsius. And there is your race for your pole sitter and the driver who's going to line up alongside who is the current championship leader. So Villainen and Kimber will be on the front row. They will control the pace. As the drivers now starting to slow. And with the temperature as low as it is, the more sort of surface temperature they can get into the tyres, the more it will help, especially on the start. And that is going to be a tough one. So patches of dry tarmac into the start phase, and that's on the... It could benefit the outside row, but also there are some slightly moist patches or damp patches through the tram lines on where pole position sits. And for those watching at home, when you see the drivers go into the tram lines, pole position will be on your left-hand side. 10 minutes on the timer. Red lights on the gantry. The DD2 field crawls its way into the tram lines. Revs rise, lights are out, we're underway. Let's see if Kimber gets a good start alongside Villiainen as it's all for themselves going through into turns 1, 2 and 3, and it's 3, 4 abreast. There was a little bit of a touch going into turn number 4, but they've all managed to get through, but no, they haven't. Someone's stuck in the middle, hands up, and there's a little bit of an accident just behind. And all of them, well, I'm just looking to see if anyone's front Nassau panel is adrift. No one has got an adrift Nassau panel. And that includes the driver at the back end of the field, that's Benjamin Unterberger. Had nowhere to go. I'm wondering if there are any other drivers that might have been compromised. I think looking to see, I see a Mach 1 chassis. And that, whoa, hang on a minute, what on earth was that? That was Lucas Thompson getting all sideways and crossed up coming out of turn number 10. He lost the back end, went 2 wheels onto the grass and still kept the throttle pin, well held. But Kimber has got the race lead. Philip Moitzi now up into second. With Didix, Baccaglini, Pax now rounding out the top 5. And Virus is definitely getting his elbows out a little bit. He's battling away with Villiainen as the whole field makes its way through turn 4. But Kimber starting to break away. He had a gap of just over 0.8 of a second after the opening lap over Philip Moitzi. So Kimber started from P2. Moitzi from the outside of the third row. Great start from the Austrian. As now it's a Kart Republic. 3, 4, 5 at the moment because Baccaglini has got past the Dix. Now Stan Pex throws it up the inside. So does Villiainen, gives Pex a little bit of a touch from behind. And Didix, his steering wheel input is all over the shop at the minute. Ragnar Virus looking to get up the inside of the 499 through the final corner. Now this is really what we wanted to see, some flat-out full throttle racing. The DD2s are giving it to us right now. And everyone's just going for it. Throw caution to the wind, and the lap times are respective of it. Niklas Crones, who's now up into 13th position. Fastest lap of the race, 51.934. And with these slick tyres with wet parts of the circuit, it can cause a little bit of a problem if you get onto the damp stuff on slick tyres. As Lawrence Seifried seems to be battling away with Ragnar Virus. He's got Niklas Crones. They seem to be working together a little bit here, and they both get past the Estonian. And that was through the exit of turn number 11. As Matis Malinovski is trying to throw his hand into the ring. And he's got, I think possibly, well, Hugo Schwarz is already out of the race on lap number 1. So must have been a casualty of that multi-cart incident. And he was the one that got turned around and pointing the wrong way. As Lucas Thompson battling away with Karl Borgard and Andreas Sinkevicius for what will be effectively 28th position. But this battle behind Leonardo Baccaglini has really started to kick off because Stan Pex has now got back past Villiainen. And Baccaglini has bolted. And now he's chasing after the 2 in front. Now Leonardo Baccaglini, the first time he clapped eyes on the Italian, was at the second round of the B&L karting series just 1 week before our penultimate round. And he literally dominated the weekend. Pex gets past. Oh, that was very, very brazen indeed by Jakob Bezel as he got past Matthias Jette Jakobsen, amongst others. It's just absolutely, they're hurtling their way at over probably the best part of 100 kilometres an hour going through that turn 3 sweeper on slick tyres. With 6 1/4 minutes to go, Seifried looking up the inside of Didix. Going through turn 5, hard on the brakes. Crones goes through as well. Virus waiting for his opportunity to strike, and the Estonian has to wait. So Kimber leading, Moitzi second, Baccaglini third, Pex in 4th, 5th it's Villiainen, 6th it's Jakob Bezel with Matthias Jette Jakobsen, Lawrence Seifried, Niklas Crones, Maxime Didix now might be outside of the top 10. The Belgian is slipping down the order. And he is in 11th. And he's being chased down by the likes of Patrick Snols, Lokmelis, Charlie Anderson, Martin van Looyen from the Netherlands, up into now P14 with Hannes Border in front of Canada's Lucas Pernod, who rounds out the top 16 as Villiainen through turn 6 gets back through on Stan Pex for 4th position. So we're about 50% through the timer counting down from 10 minutes to 0. Stan Peck's just waiting for his opportunity. A very seasoned karter in his own right. Not just the team boss, but also likes to get behind the wheel, like he did last week at Le Mans. Placing 7th in the CIK FIA KZ World Championships. And now closing in on them. Well, Jakob Bezel has picked up the pace. Ragnar Virus has set the fastest lap. 50.767 is now there goes Bezel up the inside of Pex through turn 6. Gets through, closes the door quickly before the apex of turn number 7. Now Pex will start trying to keep pace with him. Stan Pex's best lap so far, 51.1. Bezel's lap time last time around was a 50.768, so nearly 4 tenths quicker. But Pex has a hell of a lot of experience. But in the meantime, behind them, well, Niklas Crones is ahead of Lawrence Seyfried. And now closing in to Matthias Jette Jakobsen from Denmark. Niklas Crones, if anyone might remember, back in 2019, won the Euro Trophy Open back at Karting Genk. It's good to see him back in as a racer. 3.5 minutes to go. Mark Kimber still holding a comfortable lead, but we're now into the 50s. The crossover point has well and truly been blown wide open because Martin van Leeuwen from the Netherlands, currently sitting in 12th position, has put in the fastest lap of the race, 50.660. Expect those lap times to drop even further over the next 3 minutes plus an additional lap. Kimber still has the second lead over Moitzi, Bakaglini, Villiainen, Bezel, Pex, Jette Jakobsen, Krens, Seyfried, Virus. That's the top 10, covered by just under 7 seconds. That's more like it. That's what we want to see. Ed Matthews, I think, has just got past. That was Hannes Border from Germany, and that would have been for 17th position. There's more moves being attempted. I think Andreas Sinkevicius trying to get through, possibly on Lucas Thompson through turn 4. And has got past, as has, I think, also Alessandro Glauser is ahead. And there is a train. It's the Jette Jakobsen train, because behind him he's got 5 carts. Krens, Seyfried, Virus, Lockmelis. And Van Leeuwen is in there. And Van Leeuwen's going to get an almighty slipstream down the start-finish straight into turns 1 and 2. Just over 2 minutes to go. Seyfried pulls out up the inside. Slingshots past Krens through turn 3. There goes Lockmelis. And then Virus gets past as well, not just by one driver, but 2. So it's 2 for the price of 1. 2 overtakes, 2 positions lost on one single solitary corner for Ragnar Virus on that particular occasion. 1 minute and 3/4 still to go. Kimber consistently putting in the hot laps. Villiainen now puts in the fastest lap of the race, 50.346. As we head into the last 90 seconds. So 32 of the 33 drivers still running. And Kimber further extends his lead by over 2 tenths, nearly 1.4 seconds to the betterment for the 471. Based out of Solihull these days. And personal best from Villiainen, who sets another fastest lap, 50.283. Jakob Bezel and Stan Pex also running in the 50.3s. And Stan Pex is not that far away from Jakob Bezel in the battle for what is P5. There they are. Well, that's Bakaglini actually catching Moitzi. So it's Sodi Kart versus Kart Republic. And Bakaglini sends it. Oh, and goes very wide and goes off the circuit. Oh, that's not exactly what I think Leonardo Bakaglini had in mind. And he's losing positions hand over fist. The Italian goes rally crossing. And, well, all of a sudden you make one big lunge like that. And he's just ended up behind. I think that was Martin van Leeuwen from the Netherlands. Yep, and there's dust flying off the back axle of Bakaglini's kart, and he's dropped from what could have been second to now 12th at the snap of her fingers. Sent it up the inside, was catching Moitzi, and everyone else behind has just profited. So timer has run out. We're on to the penultimate lap of this race. There's your race leader, Mark Kimber from Strawberry Racing, the 471, coming into this with a championship lead over both the defending champion Pedersen and his brother Jakob. As Kimber now goes into turn 3 for the final time. Gap now just under 2.5 seconds over Austria's Philipp Moitzi. Willi Villain in a further 1.5 seconds behind in P3 with Jakob Bezel and Stan Pex rounding out the top 5 positions. Baccaglini, however, has made up a position despite that off-track excursion and rallycross expedition through turn number 12. Baccaglini now up into 11th as Kimber, calm, cool and composed. He's not only leading the Euro Trophy, he's also leading the B&L Karting Series in this class, which heads to Karting Genk in just 2 weeks' time at the home of champions. So Kimber out of the final corner. The Brit powers towards the line and takes heat 2 by a comfortable margin. Good work from Philipp Moitzi to take second. Villain in third. Jakob Bezel in fourth, with Stan Pex rounding out the top 5. Matthias Jelle Jakobsen taking 6th ahead of Niklas Crones, who finishes in 7th, with Patrick Snolls, Lokmelis, Ragnar Veres and the Netherlands' Martin van Leeuwen taking 10th place in the 412 entry. So Kimber becomes our second different winner in 2 successive heats here in DD2. From 11th downwards, it was Leonardo Baccaglini from Italy, Lawrence Seifried, Charlie Anderson, Lucas Bernot and Rasmus Vendelbo. Again, another storming drive from the Dane from Dams Racing, up from 33rd to 15th, gaining 18 positions, finishing ahead of Edward Matthews, Florian Breitenbach. Maxim Dirix, unfortunately, finishing 18th in that race, ahead of Peter Bezel and Matthias Malinowskis, who complete the top 20. Manuel Tencher, Tino Egeskov, Hannes Border, Finn Stiak, Zenderua, Lucas Thompson, Andreas Sinkevicius, Karl Borgard, Philip Jepsen, Alessandro Glauser, Iles Kalikmanis, Benjamin Unterberger, rounding out the 32 strong, and unfortunately, very early on in the race, we lost Hugo Strasser from Germany. Well, the hits, they keep on coming, folks, because the rain has started again. And just like the look of laughter, I think, on every single one of the DD2 Masters' faces just says it all. And it's like the shrug of the shoulders and the sort of like, Masters Tankovic is like, yeah, we'll be fine. We'll be fine. Right then, with the rainfall still coming down here at Wackersdorf after the, the fact the track had evolved, we've got a nice racing line, then all of a sudden, someone upstairs decided to open the taps. Well, here's your grid for Heat 2 for DD2 Masters. All 5 drivers braving it on slicks. So that's going to be rather interesting, depending on how difficult it's going to be if the rain starts to intensify, let's say. So it's Martinas Stankovičius and Dennis Tool on the front row. Michael Becker on the inside of row 2 with Thierry de Jong alongside him. Rainer Born rounding out the 5-strong grid. 10 minutes plus an additional lap. And those watching at home, you're probably thinking, these guys must be great. Well, it's their choice if they wanted to. Oh, and Rainer Born has just spun it coming out of turn 11. So effectively, all these 5 drivers have decided to do a Jensen button in the wet. So the formation lap now getting underway. And I'm just seeing Martinas Stankovičius heading into turn 2 and turn 3 was sideways. Yeah, this is interesting that they decided to go out and brave it. I'm sure they'd be fine. On their heads be it. But they've got to watch out for the standing water puddle on the start-finish straight, especially as pole position is on the right-hand side of the track. So the red lights are ignited on the starting gantry. So the drivers now making their way through turn number 14. 10 minutes plus an additional lap into the tram lines we go. Revs rise, lights are out. We are off and racing. And Stankovičius gets the whole shot. Thierry de Jong looking up the inside of both Michael Becker, who's looking to try get through on Dennis Toom as they head down to turn number 3 for the first time. As Becker and de Jong made sure they kept to the inside, whereas Dennis Tool went to the outside. The back end sliding around as he's trying to apply the throttle through turn number 5. And de Jong gets a bit sideways. That allows Michael Becker to get back through for P3. So with 9 minutes and 18 seconds to go. So again, some differing racing lines. Thierry de Jong hits the curves going through turn 12, and then Bourne manages to get through, but then Bourne runs wide coming through turn 13. De Jong up the inside. Another crossover between the two. Oh, trying to apply the throttle. Dennis Thulm sideways to the right. Tankevicius sideways to the left as he came through the brow of the hill, going into turn number 3. So we continue on with this adventure into the unknown as Martinas Tankevicius has a very, very comfortable gap. It's not without saying as the sunshine, well, I see immediately to my right-hand side just by our folks at the timekeeping that we have got some blue sky up above, but that's towards turns 13 and 14. But Martinas Tankevicius making the best of the weather conditions. 1 minute 9.893 is his fastest lap so far. And he's 5.5 seconds ahead of Dennis Thulm. We still have just 7 minutes to go, so it's driving on an ice rink with slick tyres here. So I'm going to be interested to see what happens with the next set of races, because we will have, after this, we'll have the juniors up for their third and final heat. And there is the Lithuanian driver based out of Vilnius. As, nice kart control there, going through to the exit of turn 1 from Dennis Thulm. Let's see how Michael Becker approaches it. Nice and steady. Lena Vaughan is actually ahead of Thierry de Jong, who is, with his antics earlier on this week, I thought he would have been fine. But not in these weather conditions, I think. But they all decided, well, let's just go out there and see what happens. And Tankevicius is the one that is really coping with the conditions well, despite getting the kart completely sideways. Dennis Thulm still hanging on to second position. So we approach half-time in the race. Back end steps out to the right-hand side for Dennis Thulm, and he manages to control it. A little bit sideways there through the apex, through underneath the gantry for Michael Becker. Hannibon, very slow, well, very stationary there. Thierry de Jong, a little bit sideways to the right. Leans in to try and put as much weight down on the left-hand side tyres, just to keep the grip going through turn number 3. So we head into the final 4 minutes and 40 seconds of what will be their penultimate heat of the season. So with just 6 minutes completed, 4 to go. Martinez Stankovičius now has a lead on a race that had a deluge of rainfall before all 5 drivers decided to brave the elements. He's got an 11.8 second lead over Dennis Toole. Michael Becker still holding out in 3rd place, with Reynabon rounding out the top 4. And Thierry de Jong, not too sure where he is, haven't seen him come through quite yet. Whether he's decided, I'm not, well, he has gone through, and he's about 29 seconds behind the race leader, and he's just with 3 minutes and 15 seconds still to go on the clock. Rainer Borns has had a little bit of a mishap going through what was turn number 8, but manages to get it back onto the black stuff and keep going forward. As they're trying to put the power down coming out of the corners, you can hear the rear tyres sort of spool up. Oh, that's complete. Oh, drifting display. There we go. That's through. That's how you do it through turns 1 and 2, Martin. Sideways one way, and then does the old Scandinavian flick, and is Dennis Toole going to oblige? He does. Not as in the steering angle that Martinez Stankovičius had going through turns 1 and 2. Very, very impressive indeed. That's probably how he's just going to try and get through, to step the back end out when he has the opportunity to do so. As long as he doesn't overstep that limit. Their front wheel slightly jumps off of the surface area of the tarmac, going through into turn 10 as he makes his way through turn number 11. And the fastest lap in this race, with a wet track and slick tyres, 1 minute 9.078. Let's see if the Stankovičius drifting display comes out this time. Not quite. He decides to think better of it. Through into turn 4 he goes, with just over 1.5 minutes remaining, plus an additional lap. It's just interesting to just see how these drivers are just coping with the weather conditions. Thierry de Jong has called it a day on Heat 2. I'm not at all surprised on that one, but no, he gave it a shot, gave it a go. We head into the last 35 or so seconds. So I wonder how brave the juniors are feeling now that the DD2 Masters have gone out there on slick tyres. There is a partially dry track, but it's not much. Not much really, but with the lap times that we saw earlier on for DD2s, they were running pretty much on the pace that we saw earlier on today and earlier on this weekend through free practice. As the timer now hit 0, as Martinez Stankovičius makes his way through into turn 11 for what will be the final time. So the final lap board will be shown as Martinez Stankovičius powers his way out of turn number 14. Into turns 1 and 2, a little bit sideways through the first part, decides thinking better of it on part number 2. So he goes through the final triple right-hander. And makes his way into the turn 9-10 chicane. Still just modulating the throttle as he exits out of the corner. 2 more hairpins remain, and then we'll call time on the what's been an interesting drifting display from this very, very softly spoken, very gentle giant is Martinas Stankiewicz, but a great addition to the paddock here in the Euro Trophy, and with also the Lithuanian drivers that have driven with us all the way through the season. Through turn number 13, swings it out wide, out of the final corner, puts down the power, and the checkered flag waves, and a drift to celebrate through turn 1 for good measure for Martinas Stankiewicz from Lithuania, who picks up another heat win here today, 2 out of 2, and it's putting him on the good foot forward for tomorrow in terms of the 2 finals. Dennis Thum comes across the line, and the gap between the pair, nearly 20 seconds, 19.1 at the end of it all, as we wait for... Now Michael Becker comes across the line. And last but by no means least, René Born makes his way through the final couple of corners. And we'll see the checkered flag with Thierry de Jong deciding to call it a day on lap number 5. So it's 2 for 2 so far for the man that is hoping to try and win the title here at the race weekend, the final race weekend of the 2022 Rotax Max Challenge Euro Trophy season. Martinas Stankiewicz winning from pole position, doing some pleasant drifting to entertain the crowds watching by the sidelines, ahead of Dennis Thum by 19 seconds. Michael Becker rounds out the top 3, with René Born in 4th and Thierry de Jong retiring on lap number 5. Right, well, as DD2 Masters are now getting onto the weighbridge, having their front fairings checked, I've got alongside me a man I spoke to earlier on this weekend, our 2022 Rotax Max Euro Trophy Junior Rotax Champion, Ethan Jeff Hall. Now, I've got to ask you a question. There's a very funny story that you and your dad, Matt, told me earlier on this week, that someone in the camp, unfortunately, had a bit of a disaster with their race helmet. So I mentioned it earlier on, and it's obviously Mr. Kiko Fracassi that has got your race helmet this weekend. Tell us what happened.
Well, Kiko had a imperfection with his helmet. Something was wrong on it, so he couldn't go through scrutineering, so he had to borrow my helmet for the weekend.
So if people think there's a doppelganger for Ethan Jeff Hall, don't worry, it's not him. It's just like, I think I spoke to your dad earlier on this weekend. He said, look, we came prepared to race anyway, didn't you?
Yeah, we just came prepared anyway, just so we wouldn't have any trouble if we did have to race. So we just tried to be as safe as possible, really.
And obviously being spectating from the sidelines, have you been enjoying the action as a spectator? I know you're itching to get out there, but you've decided, look, we're not going to take part this weekend, but we're going to come and support the team at Straubs. What have been your thoughts so far, mate?
Well, Kiko's been obviously really quick. Had a bit of bad luck, I think. The rest of the team are doing okay, so yeah, it's a bit frustrating not to race, but it's good to enjoy and watch the racing, so yeah.
At least your dad hasn't got much stress to worry about then, has he?
Not really, no. He doesn't have to worry about crashing or anything.
Obviously, you're going to be at Wilson Mill preparing for the final doubleheader of the Motorsport UK Viritools British Kart Championships, which is happening in a few weeks' time. You're looking forward to getting back home once this is all said and done and you get your trophy at the end of the season, your ticket for the grand finals?
Yeah, it should be good to go back and race. back in England. Looking forward to it quite a lot, so it should be good, yeah.
Brilliant. Thanks a lot, Ethan. Ethan Jeff Hall, our 2022 Rotax Max Challenge Euro Trophy champion, qualifying for the grand finals at Portimao, which will take place in 64 days' time, the 19th to the 26th of November. Once again, the sunshine rears its head through the blue skies up above off of turns 13, 14, 11 and 12. So a nice bit of warmth to radiate onto the circuit to help the track conditions. And the juniors now on the Mojo wet weather tyres. So let's have a look at the starting grid for heat number 3. Georgios Kafantaris, due to start 11th, will start from the dummy grid when everyone's gone through the start phase. It's the previous order as we've had for the previous 2 heats. With Sarkov's on pole, Shawman's alongside. Then it's Leon Zelenko. Austin Lee, who's won 2 heats so far. Can he make it a clean sweep today? He's done it before. Mikkel Pedersen and Alberto Kiko Fracassi rounding out the top 3 rows. Enzo Bol and Dion van Verven rounding out the top 8. With Tommy van der Stroys and Boluet completing the top 10. Georgios Kafantaris starting from the pre-grid. So Aaron Krepsik will be alone on row 6. Leandro Fischer and Max Cuthbert, row 7. Scott Marsh and Maxim Sachurko, row 8. Aljas Vidmar and Martin Ernesto Varga, row 9. Completing the top 20, it's Maximilian Schreier and Vic Stevens. Lotus Tveen, Tino Sidler, Sebastian Koch, Olivier Jonkers, Thomas Rudokas, Christoph Sala and Noah Janssen rounding out the 27-strong grid. So it looks like we also, apart from Kafantaris not starting from the dummy grid, no Olivier Jonkers, no Christoph Sala. So we're going to be down to effectively 25 out of the 27 drivers. Now Austin Lee has got 2 wins out of 2. If he makes it 3 in a row, he's on pole position for the first final tomorrow. There are some mountains to climb, and one especially is in the way of a certain Scott Marsh, who is starting on row number 8 on the inside in 15th position as we wait for a few of the stragglers at the back of the field. They've got to get there quickly, as now the top 2 lead them through into the tram lines we go. Lights are out, they have let them go, and Kafantaris has to patiently wait. So when everyone has gone through, the last driver, which is the 216 of Aljas Vidmar, as Kafantaris creeps forward and now is released. So due to his engine not starting up, might have had a little bit of a problem with that. So that's why he wasn't able to be allowed to get out. If he didn't get out in time with the others, then he would not have had the opportunity . So now through into turn number 11. Austin Lee is not in second position. Where is he? He's in 4th at the moment, as everyone's trying to bump over the curbs. Tommy van der Stroys gets through on Austin Lee, and I think also Mikkel Pedersen just did as well. So they managed to get their way through. So as they filter their way across the line, Gustavs Usakovs, yellow flags, as we have had a rearrangement of the barriers. There is a driver actually behind them. So yellow flags, full course yellow has been employed. And there is one driver standing behind the barriers. That looks to be possibly Vic Stevens from the 269 from Dams Racing. So 5 minutes and 12 seconds remaining on the clock. We're down to 24 drivers. So the race has effectively been neutralised, and from that perspective, it is going to change the dynamic of this race. Everyone will be instructed to slow. Everyone will start closing up. The accordion effect will happen. And then once everything is clear, the driver is then escorted to safety. We will be back under green flag conditions. So 24 runners still circulating as we complete lap number 2 under the full course caution. Slow boards and yellow flags out at every single marshal post on the circuit. So great job by the marshalling crew here at Wackersdorf. So it will be down to when Usakovs decides to bolt, and then how Zelenko, Shormans, Van der Stoys, who is now up into 4th position. He's got an opportunity to get a race win here today. So the drivers making their way towards turns 13 and 14. Right, very shortly we might get green flag racing underway. Green flag being brandished. And we're back under full racing speed. Usakovs leads. Zelenko, Shormans, Van der Stoys pounces up the inside of the pair of them. Goes for second through turn 3. And he got through on one of them. He nearly had the pair of them going through turn 3, but he managed to slide into 3rd position. And now Mikkel Pedersen, I think, might be in 5th position. Austin Lee dropping to 6th place, but Tommy Van der Stoys now up into 3rd. Pedersen up the inside of Shormans, and also Van der Stoys, who goes wide and onto the grass and onto the dirt. Those tyres have gotten very, very dirty very quickly. So Van der Stoys really had an opportunity. Austin Lee gets through and touches with Mikkel Pedersen through turn number 9. Very, very close indeed, but they managed to relatively stay unscathed. Van der Stoys has got the likes of Sechurko, Dion van Verven to the outside as they go through, and there's been a turnaround. That's Mikkel Pedersen round the 255 from Denmark, I believe. Oh my goodness. It's really, really caught everyone unawares. And Mikkel Pedersen and also one of the Lithuanian drivers is out. That could be, I think, 226. No, that's 235. That's Sechurko, who's had 2 great finishes so far. Lithuanian out on the spot. But now Leon Zelenko leads the race. He's overtaken Gustavs Usakovs, who's secured 2 pole positions this season. And 3rd is Kasper Schormans, Austin Lee, Dion van Verven, Tommy Van der Stoys, and a banzai move from Scott Marsh. Scott Marsh has profited whilst everyone's lost their head a little bit. Everyone's come together and had an unfortunate contact, but now he's made his way up into 9th position. Max Cuthbert now rounds out the top 10. They're being followed. It's not no longer. No, that's Enzo Boll that's got through on Max Cuthbert. Thomas Rudokas rounds out what will be the top 11 as they go through turn number 11 once again. A minute and a half remaining. There are still some battles to be waged, as Tino Sidler's got his hands full at the moment. That will be with Martin Ernesto Varga, who's done a little bit of a liberty take on the Martini sign on the back of the race helmet. But Zelenko leads by nearly 6/10 ahead of Gustavs Usakovs. Kasper Schormans rounds out the top 3. Enzo Boll has dropped to 10th place. Maxim Sechurko, unfortunately, out on the spot. So the Lithuanian, after 2 top 10 finishes, has to sit at the sidelines for the rest of the race. There are still squabbles happening up and down the order. Thomas Rudokas trying to get a little bit closer to Enzo Boll. Rotax has been just outside of the top 10, has a chance of getting past Enzo Bol. But let's see if he can catch the Dutch driver napping. That's easier said than done with the 2:04. Now, Rotax makes the move. Up the inside, through into 10th position. Goes the 2:26 from Lithuania. 25 seconds on the clock remaining. So the next time when Leon Zelenko, who's now about to cross the start-finish line, goes on to the penultimate lap. Lap 6 in the books, lap 7 underway. Lead now, it stretches to just over 8.5 tenths of a second. Kasper Schürmann's a further second back. Austin Lee, two-time race winner. No one else can get two race wins. But if he stays where he is, I think he probably will secure pole position for tomorrow's first final. The timer has expired after 7 minutes. We're on to the penultimate lap of this race, and Zelenko, once he hit the front, he nearly got bandside by Tommy van der Stroys, who again is looking to have a consistent run. Well, actually, he's trying to do more than that. He's just got past Dion van Werven through into turn 9. The 270 on the CRG trying to get past, but van der Stroys manages to get through and keeps ahead going into turn number 11 for the penultimate time. One of the other things that drivers with this sunshine, if they're going into turn number 11, if there's water on the circuit, they will have a little bit of glare coming up, and that might slightly affect their peripheral vision, but they'll understand what the car's doing underneath them. Onto the final lap we go. Zelenko leading now by just under 9 tenths of a second. Kasper Schürmann and Austin Lee round out the top 4. Tommy van der Stroy now P5. 2-6 in the fifth. That'll place him very, very well indeed. So, Aljaž Vidmar becomes the latest casualty. So we're going to be ending up with 2. Now, there is someone I think might have just slowed there. Or someone who is actually being lapped at the moment. And that will be Leandro Fischer from KAF Motorsport. I recognise the livery. I wasn't too sure who the driver was. But very soon. So blue flags are being waved on the circuit. And that will be 233, who is calmly getting out of the way. But the checkered flag this time will wave. 2 wins out of 2. Well, 1 win now. But Tommy van der Stroy has got past Austin Lee. Trying to do the crossover is the 272. There is going to be a drag race to the finish. Zelenko takes the victory. And nip and tuck. And it is Tommy van der Stroy who pips Austin Lee for 4th position behind Gustav Zusakov's and Kasper Schürmann's by 53 thousandths. So Austin Lee takes 2 wins and a 5th. Dion van Werven, Alberto Kiko Fracassi. Scott Marsh makes a good resurgence up to 8th ahead of fellow Brit Max Cuthbert, Thomas Rotax, Boluat, Aaron Krepsik, Tino Sidler, Martin Ernesto Varga and Mikkel Pedersen, who had that turnaround earlier on in the race, ended up 15th. So 2 different winners, but more importantly, it's from the same stable, JJ Racing, stamping their authority on proceedings this weekend, with Austin Lee taking 2 wins and now a 3rd one in the form of Leon Zelenko. From 16th downward, Enzo Bol in 16th, Lotus Tween, Noah Janssen, Sebastian Koch, Georgios Kafantaris, starting from the dummy grid, would end up 20th ahead of Maximilian Chaya, with Leandro Fischer being the final driver completing the race a lap down off of the leaders, with Aljaž Vidmar, Maxim Sachurko, Vic Stevens unfortunately out on the first lap, which brought out the full course yellow, with Olivier Jonkers not taking part, and neither was Christoph Saller. So just to give everyone a bit of a heads up that we do have a slight delay ahead of the next senior Rotax heat. So for those watching at home, we will give you those, for those of you who didn't join us during the lunch break, we do have some interviews that I carried out earlier on this week ahead of qualifying and also the racing today and tomorrow. So we'll be back with you as soon as we can. Just really to give an update for those people watching on the stream at home, there has been a delay, so the racing will resume at 16:30 local time. This is due to the reasoning of with the changeable conditions that we have been experiencing here at Pro Kart Raceland Circuit in Wackersdorf, that there has been an amendment made in order to facilitate senior Rotax drivers to get themselves a new set of Mojo wet weather tyres ahead of the remainder of the race weekend. This has been done on health and safety grounds, so the racing will resume at 16:30 local time. I repeat, 16:30 local time. Thank you.
So ahead of the season finale here at the Rotax Max Euro Trophy Pro Kart Raceland, come a bit closer. Here we've got Scott Marsh from Dan Holland Racing, number 222, second in the championship coming into this final round. Obviously, Ethan secured the title. It's been a tough year because you're dovetailing this with Motorsport UK British Kart Championships in Mini. Firstly, what do you think of the track?
Track's good, quite technical, but there's also some fast bits, so it was hard to learn at first, but I think we got it now.
Weather really hasn't been on everyone's side. I mean, we had a bit of a sudden downpour yesterday. There's more rain forecast. I mean, that's probably a good sign for you, you know, good in the wet. I mean, like, especially with our weather climate over in the UK, isn't it?
Yeah, been also very fast in the dry and the wet. Unfortunately, it hasn't rained a lot in England this year. Well, I haven't done a lot of testing in the rain at least. So this is like my first time in the rain in a while. So yeah, we've been strong all round really.
You've been that close to victories this year. I mean, obviously, you know, running in two different classes because you're running in Mini in the UK because you're not old enough to run as a junior. But I know for a fact that you're moving up to juniors full time next year. What's been the difference in terms of, you know, you've got a faster kart you've got to work with, you know, the apex speeds, the braking. You've got to really condition yourself to sort of switch between the two classes, haven't you?
I mean, the hardest difference is in Minimax, you make an overtake, it's very easy to get a switch back because there's less power, like less bottom end off the corner. But in the junior, you can power more off the corner, so when you make a hard overtake, you can power off as well.
Now obviously, the thing is that you're second in the championship. Ethan's already sewn up the crown. He's decided to not compete this weekend, but still to, you know, be in your first European Championship as a junior. To be at this point of the season, two more finals to go on Sunday, you must be feeling pretty confident.
Yeah, I'm feeling confident, a bit disappointed because, of course, I wanted to win. But if I can still be vice European champion, it's still good. So we see how this weekend goes, and hopefully I can.
And it's great to see, obviously, you know, behind every young driver, there's a mum and a dad, and they support you wholeheartedly. I've had plenty of lovely chats with them. It's great to see that they're always here every single race weekend, giving you that little kick up the backside when you need it. And so let's say, come on, Scott, get yourself together. I mean, that's really nice having that support in your early days as a racing driver, isn't it?
Yeah, of course, it's nice. I mean, they're my number one supporters, and they always help me, help with my lines, my driving, whatever. They're always there for me.
Well, good luck, Scott, for the rest of the weekend, and give him hell out there.
Will do.
So next up, we've got our 2022 Euro Trophy Junior Rotax champion and also UK O-Plate holder, Ethan Jeff Hall from Strawberry. Ethan, firstly, congratulations, mate. Well done. 4 race wins this year, a second and a third. Obviously, you come here to support the team and actually have a watch for a bit of a change. I bet that's a nice feeling for you, buddy.
Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, it's a nice feeling to just have a relaxing weekend, knowing that we've already won the championship. It's been a very tough year with lots of competition, but we've managed to win it with 1 round to go, so yeah.
Yeah, you've had a lot of stern competition, of course. Scott, Marsh, Enzo Boll, and the man that really, really hustled you at Marienburg, Tommy van der Stroys, where it really came down to the wire. I mean, coming back to Marienburg in the 2 finals, you know, the first one, there was a little bit of a tap from Tommy from behind going in, I think it was turn 1, if I remember correctly. You went wide going through that fast right-hand sweeper, but he gave the position back and you guys continued to battle. I mean, that just shows the calibre and the respect that everyone has here in the Euro Trophy, is that correct?
Yeah, there's a lot of respect, and it's just nice to see that the people care for another driver and not necessarily hit them off, so yeah.
And of course, with becoming the champion, you get a ticket to Portimao to represent Team UK as a junior Rotax driver. That must be a pretty good feeling because obviously there's second and third still to be decided this weekend. But to get that ticket with a round to go, you must have been grinning like the Cheshire Cat from Alice in Wonderland on that one.
Yeah, it's a great feeling to represent my country at the World Finals. Did it last year, didn't really go to plan, wasn't very good, but should be nice to do it again and hopefully do really well. I
mean, obviously I've talked about Scott, Enzo and Tommy. it's going to be an all-out dogfight. Are you looking forward to sitting by the sidelines this weekend and just seeing it all unfold and saying, right, who am I going to be sharing the championship podium with at the end of the weekend?
Yeah, it'll be nice to watch. Obviously, I wish I was racing, but still, it'll be a good battle to watch.
So you're currently sitting 5th in the Motorsport UK Viritools British Kart Championships. Literally last weekend you were in Cambridgeshire at Kimbolton. But to still come back and, what's the feeling like now that Story Racing, for the last 3 seasons in senior Rotax have taken the title? Twice with Matilda, once with Callum last year. But for now to get that junior crown, breaking the JJ Racing winning streak, I'm sure that everyone, including Warwick, Paul and the whole team at Strawberry, are really, really proud of the efforts and the strides that you've made forward this season.
Yeah, obviously the team will be very happy. I'm very happy, very thankful for the team and everyone else who's helped me, and my sponsors, Fibre King. Yeah, it's been really good.
Well done this year, Ethan, and will we see you back here next year?
Hopefully, yeah. Thank you.
Good man. Well, I couldn't really not talk to this man here, James Johnson, a fellow Brit and a good friend. Last weekend, Motorsport UK British Kart Championships, Kimbolton, so from Cambridgeshire to southern Germany and Bavaria. And after this weekend, it's a bit of a farewell because it's after 14 years. You've decided to sort of call time on a full-time career, which has been very storied. You've qualified for the grand finals, I think. Last time was it
2018. 2018 was the last time, which was Brazil. And then the year before was Portimao, Portugal. Had some great experiences, over the years. I've made a lot of friends in karting that I hope will remain friends for lifetime, because it's been a special community. It's not just the karting that we love. It's the environment, the people, the uproar of it all. And like I say, I've had a great time, and I'd just like to thank everybody who's made it so special for me. It's been fun. It's been fun.
Now, I have to bring in a very, very welcome mention. Congratulations to our good buddy, Charlie Turner, 2022 Motorsport UK Viritools British Kart Championships KZ2 champion. And it all came down to the final race when he was battling away with Mr. Glenister and Mr. Adams when it was a 1-2-3 for Brian Rush and the team at Rush Performance. But, Charlie and his dad, I still remember we came back from Adria one year and we were all stuck in the airport at Venice, Venice, and Charlie was like, "Oh, you got to go and grab this pizza. It's like really good." I got myself 2 slices. I couldn't stop eating it. Yeah. I was like thinking, "Hang on a second, what has Charlie Turner done to me?" And I know that Charlie's celebrating with a well-deserved holiday in Ibiza, but they were very, very much a part of your journey as well. A lot of good times, a lot of help along the way too.
Yeah, Charlie was one of the best people I've ever raced. He was very hard, very fair, and he's come up through the ranks. I've watched him grow and become such a great driver sort of thing. I mean, he won senior Rotax against Joe Turney, which he isn't no mug, he's currently competing for the world finals in OK, which is the hardest category in karting around the world. Me and Charlie have had some great memories together, and he will always remain one of my best, dearest friends in the sport, and I'd like to think likewise same to me, so I'd like to congratulate Charlie on the winning KZ, because what a driver he is. Like, I sum him up as the Prost of karting. Yes. Now obviously everybody knows Prost, what he did everything right to make those points sort of thing, and that's what Charlie's done, and he's done a fantastic job at that.
In this track here at Wackersdorf, just over 1,200 metres, 14 turns, it can get a bit tight, it can get a bit hairy. We both know that, me from the commentary box position and you behind the steering wheel. What made you, obviously, family notwithstanding, I have to give a shout out to James's partner Amy and the 2 kids who are at home at the moment. We've talked many a time, you, me and your family. I mean, I still remember Genk earlier on this year, we had a sit down at the brasserie and you know, like you said, it's all about the atmosphere, the people you meet along the way. Now, I know for a fact, now, any good racer will always want to scratch that racing itch. Niklas Crones in DD2, you have been warned, like you have done this weekend. He's been doing a lot of mechanicking, but obviously, you know, you're still very much a part of the British karting community. A lot of people know you. You're very laid back, very good guy. But then when the red mist goes, and I know for a fact, having seen this man many a year in competition, bad qualifying,
Doesn't matter.
no, he comes flying through the field. He's like a whirling dervish, you know. But what made you decide to sort of like call time on it here? You know, going from Cambridgeshire to bloody Bavaria of all places.
I mean, I think it's time. You get to a point in your racing career that you reach a certain age, and no matter what, I will still always be back to see the people, do the odd race, because it's in your blood, you know. When I first started karting, somebody told me karting is a drug, so watch out, because it's very addictive. So, I mean, what made me want to quit sort of thing is seeing the young kids grow up, you know, and obviously starting a business recently. I haven't got the time to go to Europe and race at the level that I want to, that I get the enjoyment from. I mean, I love racing in the UK, but after 14 years of racing in the UK, it becomes same old sort of thing. So you go and try new adventures and things like this, and I've had some great times in Europe, you know, and they've been hard, very, very hard. But I think the main thing is just getting out with your family. Just getting out with the family, and obviously my dad's played a massive part in my racing. You know, if it wasn't for him, I wouldn't be here. So thank you for that. And I'd love to race next year. The odd race, you know, I'll still be back for, but I think my time's finished. Let's get on to the kids' time. So if the kids want to race in go-karts, then so be it. We'll go from there.
Now, this man has a badge of honour, because no matter which race meeting I've seen him at, he always wears his Team UK Grand Finals outfit. It's like a badge of honour. It's like a pride of place, and it's like whenever anyone goes like, "Who's that guy in the team?" Oh, yeah, that's James Johnson. Like everyone knows you for that, and that's been your sort of like trademark stamp, so to speak.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I always like to show where I'm from, you know, what country I represent, and things like that, because I think it's good for the karting world to see people look at you, where you're from, you know, who you represent, and flying the British flag is what I want to do, you know. And there's a lot of drivers out there from Britain that don't wear the suits anymore, and I think you should to represent your country, you know.
It's quite funny you say that, because like earlier on today, when I think it was yesterday, Mr. Butcher was wearing his Team UK race overalls underneath his wetsuit, and that's, you know, obviously they want to keep the KR Sport all nice and shipshape and Bristol fashion and all that. But like you say, it's a pride of place. I mean, coming back to your experiences, like going to the grand finals, you know, at the time of recording this, we're actually 65 days away from the grand finals happening in Portimao, which will be the 5th time in the 22 runnings of it. You know, the adventure you had to Conde Pareba in Brazil, I mean, I bet that was an experience and a half. Going down out of that final corner, down that, you thought you were on down the hill, going through the roller coaster. I mean, that must have been one of the most impressive sights of karting, experiencing it from a driver's perspective.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I've been to some tracks around the world in the past, and Brazil was probably one of the best tracks I've been to. Going through the favelas and things like that on the way to the track, on the bus, and seeing how the world lives, how it is on the other side of the world, sort of thing. I mean, it took 22 hours on a plane, so it was quite a stint. But I mean, and also after we didn't actually make the main final because of breakdowns and things like this. Bad luck, as usual. It seems that bad luck follows me. I mean, in karting you need luck, and if you haven't got luck, then it makes it extremely hard. But what did really make it special for me was when Henry said to me, come on, come commentate the world finals, the senior Rotax world finals. And I believe I did a pretty good job at it, but so to the point that he's actually invited me back to the UK to do a bit more commentary at the British Championship. So we'll see how that goes in the future. So hopefully I'll be back, you know, obviously I'll be back next year to do a bit of commentary, hopefully, maybe a bit of racing, and we might see the kids on the track. We'll see.
I think, we have to give a shout out to the voice of the grand finals, Mr. Baudet, who normally shoehorns me. I mean, he shoehorned me in for 2019 at Sarno with Minimax, but then going to Bahrain last year from my experience was one of the best I've had. Despite the fact, obviously, under severe, COVID-19 restrictions, PCR tests being required, we didn't have the traditional, welcome party like we had in Sarno and like you guys would have had in, Portimao and Brazil back in 2017, 2018. But Portimao, just tell the people at home out there, what is it that just Portimao just sort of brings as soon as you hit that track? I mean, it's a great track in its own right there.
I mean, obviously you've got the international track there as well, like the car racing track, which it adds the excitement. You feel like you're at a proper track, just like Le Mans sort of thing, I suppose. But Portimao, like the World Finals, is just such a big event. You're all in one awning. So like I say, it's like a big family sort of thing. But the track is just pristine. The barriers all new, the paint all new. It's how it should be, sort of thing. And there's a few tracks in the UK where they haven't got the money to do that sort of thing, or the background. So there's a lot of people that try and help out these less funded tracks. But they're not the same as the European ones because they don't have the following and obviously the money that goes into these tracks. Like, it's nice to see the owners putting the money into it because there's a lot of tracks that don't, sort of thing.
I think a recent example of that in the United Kingdom is Karting Northeast, Warden Law, with the Hunter family.
Yeah.
I mean, Matt has done a fantastic job on getting that circuit. But of course, I think one of the things for me is looking forward to going to PF for the final round of the Euro Trophy next year, which I think, first of all, for you folks out there, I think a lot of British drivers will be trying to enter that, and I'm sure we'll have packed grids. I think you probably agree on that one.
I'm even thinking about entering that one because PFI is, as it's known, is a prestige track. One of the best in the world, I would say. There's not many tracks that have a bridge. So, karting tracks. So I think everybody will really enjoy that, and the grids there will be massive. We'll see.
Well, James, thanks very much for your time, mate. Good luck.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Alex. You've been a great pleasure to the sport having you here and things like that, and Henry as well. The commentators in this sport are at the top of the game, definitely. Thank you very much.
Thank you, mate. And so, James Johnson calling time on a 14-year career, and what a better place than the Euro Trophy finale here at Wackersdorf.
Ist Luke on? Ist der Luke online? Dann kann ich ja schwenken.
So after a delay, we go into our penultimate senior Rotax heat. It's race 12, heat 5, groups A and D. Here's your starting grid. On the front row, it's going to be Nevio Fischer and Alfie Briggs, with Matilda Olsen and Kai Rilutz on row number 2, Rafael Renhofer and Kai Hunter, row number 3. Row 4, it's Wout Kirstens and Sean Butcher. And Andrej Petrovic will be running solo on row number 5 because I understand that Nico Hanke, number 826, will not be taking part in his final qualifying heat today. Mino Halika, joined by Mats-Johan Overhoff on row number 6 with Sem Argun and James Johnson rounding out the top 7 rows. William Christensen, Sam Bergstein, Scott Westhovens, Jan Schmidt, Lukas Schlegel, Baz Janssen and Hamad Shorman rounding out the 21 strong grid down to 20. As the drivers go on to their formation lap ahead of 10 minutes plus an additional lap of racing. We'll have 3 more races to conclude the final heat stay of the 2022 Rotax Max Euro Trophy season. As we announced a few weeks ago, not too long after the 3rd round at Marienborg, that the Golden Trophy will be taking place between the 4th and the 6th of November at the home of champions Karting Genk. So at present we have had 4 different race winners from 4 different heats. As Kai Hunter sprints to his position on the outside of row number 3. And there has been a significant amount of rainfall in between the 3rd junior Rotax heat and our penultimate senior Rotax heat. This allowed the portability under safety conditions for the senior Rotax drivers to procure another set of wet weather tyres. So the drivers now slow to a crawl as we head into turns 13 and 14. So Nevio Fischer will have to pull alongside Alfie Briggs. Pole position on the right-hand side of the circuit. Red lights on the starting gantry. Into the tram lines we go. Revs rise, lights are out. We're off and racing. Good start by Nevio Fischer to cleanly pull ahead. There's Gillet's already up the inside of Alfie Briggs. Matilda Olsson trying to get through as well. She's currently sitting in around 4th or 5th position. As Gillet's now takes the lead going through turn number 4. Fischer has to avoid, so does Briggs, and Gillet's leads the way, sideways from Fischer going through turn 5, as it's all for themselves going through into turn number 6. But Gillet's now has jumped up from what was 4th on the grid, up into the race lead. Now a bit of a dive there. Oh, that was very, very close indeed for Kai Hunter as he went up the inside of both Nevio Fischer and Matilda Olsson. And Olsson and Hunter have a tussle coming out of turn number 10 on the approach into turn 11. And that's going to give Sean Butcher the opportunity, and he has taken it, to go into 3rd place. Andrej Petrovic trying to get a wriggle on as well, having got past one particular driver. I think that might have been Wout Kirstens. A bit of a run wide by Hunter through turn 13. Butcher tries to get the undercut. And Hunter responds and retakes 2nd position. There's an absolute gaggle. There's 6 of them at the back of the field as they all hurtle their way through into turn number 3. Gillet's already has cantered away into the distance. He's on an advantage of 1.2 seconds. Butcher getting sideways out of turn 5. Hunter up the inside through turn 6. They're going to go side by side out of the corner. Butcher kicks up the dirt and the water at the same time, and he drops down to 4th behind Olsson. But doesn't lose any more places than 2 at a push. Petrovic really trying to fight his way up the order. They're all trying to use the curbs here, as there is a bit of darkness and a very significant grey cloud surrounding the circuit as we speak. So a bit of darkness setting in amidst from the sunshine that we had earlier on. But Gillet's last time around had a 1.2 second advantage. Over 2 minutes completed, less than 8 to go, plus an additional lap. So Gillet's leading the way. Hunter in 2nd, Butcher in 3rd, Olsson, Fischer. Looks like Petrovic has made his way up into 6th position. Ahead of Wout Kirstens, Alfie Briggs in 8th place. James Johnson now up into 9th. Ahead of Rafael Renhofer. William Christensen in 12th behind Scott Westhovens from the Netherlands in 11th position. So Kai Hunter was nearly a 10th of a second quicker than Kai Gillet's on that particular last lap. We're on to lap number 3. 7 minutes and a quarter still remaining on the clock. As Petrovic really putting the pressure on Nevio Fischer for what is 5th place on the road. And now he goes for the move through turn 11, gets the move done, but Fischer's going to get the over-under, and the German powers past on the run down to turn number 12. Petrovic has the inside line. It could be a repeat of it happening as the rain is starting to come back down again. It's getting very, very tetchy out there as Briggs, very, very wide, coming out of the final corner. James Johnson quite a bit behind, but holding station in 9th. So with just over 6 minutes remaining, drivers are going to have their A game, and it's going to start getting a bit more slippery with that rain that is coming down, and the intensity is increasing. Willetts comfortably holding on to the lead thus far. Look at the rain. It is absolutely teeming it down right now. The brollies are up, the hoods are up, the caps are on. And Petrovic has now gotten ahead of Matilda Olsson. So that is a change for what is 4th on the road. So Petrovic has made some significant in-gains over the past couple of laps. Petrovic started 9th. That's now 5 positions gained as we head into the final 5.5 minutes. Spray is going to slightly compromise visibility, but it's going to be down to the driver's skill set on how they manage these conditions. Renhofer now has been passed for 10th place, courtesy of Finland's Milo Harika in the 381 from RS competition. And still the drivers go on, but Butcher has got past Hunter in the meantime. The current championship leader now up into 2nd position. So they make their way through turn number 11 and the short chute down to the right-hand hairpin at turn 12. And Willetts did have a lead of 1.3 seconds. It's now gone to nearly 1.8. Butcher in 2nd, Hunter in 3rd, Petrovic, Olsson, Fischer, Kirstens, Briggs. 9th, it's James Johnson. 10th, it's now Rafa Renhofer, who's re-overtaken Miro Halika for 10th place, followed by Buzz Janssen, Sam Bergstein, William Christensen, Lukas Schlegel, Scott Westhovens, Sem Argun, Hamid Schoman, Jan Schmidt and Mats Johan Overhoff has unfortunately dropped to the back of the field in 20th place. And not only have we got significant rainfall, but from where I'm standing, I can actually see the weather being pushed across the circuit. The wind has picked up. That's a further climactic shift in the climate that the drivers do have to deal with a crosswind. But now Butcher has started closing in. He's taken over 6/10 out of Willetts. Hunter still in 3rd, but is about 1.5 seconds adrift in 3rd place. Petrovic and Olsson. It's as you were for the top 10. It looks like there is a move being attempted, and that was on Miro Halika. That would have been Buzz Janssen in the 801 representing the Netherlands, so that would have been for 12th place. So Sam Bergstein finds himself in 11th position and about 9/10 off of Rafael Renhofer in 10th place. Just 2.5 minutes remain for these drivers. This will be their 3rd final qualifying heat of today's action. We still have one more senior Rotax race to go, and the way things are going, looks like we could have 5 different winners from 5 different heats, and there's still one more to go. No one yet has managed to get 2 heat wins so far today in senior Rotax. The weather has been a significant equaliser, and some drivers will definitely be able to move up the order, and some have definitely proved that. Minute and 50 still remaining on the clock. Hilets now has a 1.3 second advantage. He went nearly 2/10 quicker on the previous lap in comparison with second place driver Sean Butcher. And there is a bit more standing water actually on the apex of turn number 11, the first of the last 2 hairpins here at the track. Notice that James Johnson is losing a little bit of time to Rafael Renhofer and Sam Bergstein. And the amount of spray coming from the rear tyres could be even worse if there were no rear bumpers on these karts. We head into the final 50 seconds plus an additional lap. So this will be the penultimate one. We're on lap 9 of what will be, by my reckoning, 10 laps in total. Looks like Lukas Schlegel has managed to make a couple of moves up the order in the meantime. Looks to be ahead of the likes of, well, that could be Hamad Schaumann that might have made a couple of moves in the meantime, or Lukas Schlegel. And it is Lukas Schlegel. So on to the final, the penultimate lap we go. Gap has now been truncated by Butcher. Phillips's last lap was a 1 minute 1 minute 5.3. Butcher 1 minute 5.0. Kai Hunter just holding station in third, just getting the kart to the end of the race itself, and with the spray being such a deluge, especially during the rolling starts with a significant amount of rainfall, next time around we are going to get the final lap board. And Willert's managing to use the outside road, the outside of the grid on the rolling start to really use it to good effect and get himself into the lead very, very quickly as they headed into turn number 3. And that was on the first exchange. So, last lap board being shown to Kai Hillerts, who powers across the line. His lead over Sean Butcher now down to just over 0.6 of a second as the pair hurtle their way through turn 3 for the final time. And Butcher looks to the undercut, and does he get the lead? No, Hillerts gets a really good launch by using the high part of turn 4 and round the outside. He keeps the throttle pin, goes tight on the inside through turn 6. Now Butcher takes the initiative, goes up the inside, but then Hillerts launches back up the inside through the exit of turn number 8, through 9 and 10 for the final time. And these are the top 2 in the championship. The driver in second in the standings, currently leading the race with the championship leader just fractionally behind him. Into turn 12. The gap was just over 0.6, a little bit of a wider sweep by Butcher to try and get the power down a little bit easier and a little bit earlier by lining the kart up straight and true through turn 13. Butcher up the inside. Hillerts is going to counter-attack and out of the final corner. It's 5 from 5 in senior Rotax. Kai Hillerts wins from Sean Butcher by just over 0.4 of a second at the checkered. Kai Hunter takes third place. Andrej Petrovic, what a great drive from the young Serbian, from 9th to 4th place. Matilda Olsson takes a solid another top 5 finish, finishing in 5th position. The pole sitter Nevio Fischer. Wackersdorf takes 7th. Good showing by Alfie Briggs, getting a P8. James Johnson pips both Sam Bergstein and Rafael Renhofer for 9th place. And those 3 drivers round out the top 11 positions. So just waiting for our final couple of drivers to come across the line, which they do now. but it's 5 for 5. Kaya Gillett makes it 5 different senior Rotax winners in the 5 heats that have transpired so far, with 1 more to go. He takes the victory by just over 4/10 of a second, with Butcher, Hunter, Petrovic, Olson, Fischer, Kirstens, Briggs, Johnson and Bergstein rounding out the top 10. Then it's Rafael Renhofer, Miro Hallecker, Bas Janssen, William Christensen, Lukas Schlegel, Scott Westhovens, Hamad Schaumann, Sem Argun, Mats Johan Overhoff and Austria's Jan Schmidt rounding out the 20 strong that started the race and finished all 11 laps, with Nico Handke a non-starter. We turn our attention now to the final sixth and final senior Rotax heat, groups B versus C, race 13 out of 15 today. Here's your starting grid. On pole position, Janis Diak from Germany will be followed by countryman Farhan Mega alongside. Lewis Gilbert from Great Britain, via Scotland of course, will be joined by Italy's Matteo Pianezzola on row 2. Alexander Abkazava from Georgia and the UAE's Zach Scowler round out row 3. Another Emirati in the form of Rashid Ghanem will be on the inside of row number 4 alongside Dutch driver Luke Neeson. Another Dutchman in the form of Devian Hurst will be joined by the UAE's Lachlan Robinson, who completes the top 10. It's Hungary and Austria on row number 6 with Zomber Kovac and Mete Argun. Italy and the Netherlands on row number 7 with Elia Galvanin and Sam van Til. Canada and Hungary on row 8 with Jason Leung and Arnold Domingo. Spain and Germany represented on row number 9 with Philip Bava and Bennett Arens, with Matthias Kron from Denmark, Jan Schultz from Israel, and from the Czech Republic, Mateo Richter rounds out the 21-strong grid. I have not seen Philip Bava come through the timing. I'm just going to wait for them all to get through after turn 6 and see if I can pick him out, because they're on their sighting lap at the moment. And Philip Bava looks to be on the circuit. Wetsuit on, wet tyres as well. So this and 2 more races remain, and then after everything is said and done, every technical item and sporting decision needing to be made, we will have our confirmed ranking after heats, which will set the tone for the last finals day of the 2022 season here in Bavaria in southern Germany. So the drivers now slow to a crawl. 10.5 rows, 21 drivers, 10 minutes on the clock, plus an additional lap. They head into the tram lines, revs rise. Here we go. Lights are out, we are off and underway. And there's quite a few drivers getting a bit tail happy going through the start phase. Stiak leads them through into turn number 3. Gilbert looks to have already got the initial assertion and tries to go. I think he's gotten up into the lead, and he has got through into the lead. So the drivers, look at the amount of spray coming through turn 4. It's an absolute deluge. It's very muddy off of the outskirts of turn number 6 as they filter their way through. No one's had a bit of a drama going off track so far as they come through. Robinson trying to make his way through. Oh, and he tries to get through. Might have been on either Rashid Ghanem or Zach Scowler. It was on the latter that he did. And now he tries to launch it up the inside through turn number 11. Has to wait and bide his time. But it is, at the moment, Lewis Gilbert leading the way ahead of Janis Stiak in the 339. As they hurtle their way across over the crest into turns 13 and 14. And Stiak gets a little bit sideways, trying to put the power down out of turn 14. Gilbert leading the way. Stiak's got an absolute face full of spray right now as they go through into turns 1, 2 and 3. The deluge of spray, it's difficult to pick the drivers out sometimes, but there has been a launch. Robinson up the inside of turn 4 on Rashid Ghanem. He gets through on the 341. Nearly had an opportunity of getting through on Alexander Abkazava from Georgia, who currently rounds out the top 5. But at the moment, it's Lewis Gilbert and Janis Stiak. Stiak has yet to win a race, if memory serves me correctly. So Lewis Gilbert trying to be the only person today that will have won 2 heats. But Farhan Mega has also won a race. And the one in the middle, Janis Stiak, has yet to do so. Just under 8 minutes to go, plus an additional lap. So another lap completed. Lap 2 in the books. Farhan Mega with the fastest lap of the race. He currently sits in 3rd. Now Stiak goes for the move up the inside of Gilbert. Gilbert gets the switch back. Power's in front, but Stiak's going to get the inside run for turn 5. But Gilbert still keeps the throttle planted. Had the presence of mind to do so, and Farhan Mega went a little bit wide on the approach into turn number 6 and nearly gave an opportunity to Matteo Pianizzola for the Italian to get through on third position, but Farin Mega looking up the inside of Janis Diak through turn number 8. As they go through turns 9 and 10, the very, very distinctive chicane here. Poise of braking and throttle manipulation required. Battle further down the order. Well, Zombor Kovac is out of place. He's battling away with Sem Van Thiel. And they've also got, I think that is 341. That is Rashid Ghanim, who was at one point in 7th position. So Gilbert leading by just under 2/10. Janis Diak in the slipstream, but has got to really judge it right. When they're going literally foot to the floor through turn 3. They do lift. Sometimes the back end might step out a little bit. It's always about what the driver's feeling underneath their backsides. They're literally millimetres from the tarmac underneath. The top 3 last time around were covered by just under 7/10. It's a further second back to Matteo Pianizzola in 4th. 5th, it's Alexander Abkazava, who is being hunted down by the 303 of the UAE's Lachlan Robinson. Luke Neeson ahead of Rashid Ghanim. Zach Scowler, Bennett Arends round out the top 10. Philip Vava having a good run in this race, like heat number 2 for him, where he had a DNF and there was a repair, some repair work needed at the KR Sport awning for the Spaniard. He's running in 11th position and is 6/10 off the German. So Philip Vava could be up into the top 10. He did say to me on Facebook earlier on this week, well, I'm here for just a bit of fun. Well, you can't not scratch that competitive itch. Still just under 9/10 separate the top 3 as we're on lap number 5 of the race itself. So we're now at the halfway point, and Gilbert still has the lead in his pocket for the moment. Oh, Stiak and also Mega go sideways coming out of turn 10. And then have to straighten the carts up. There's always some very, very differing lines, and I'm glad that one driver that was in the previous heat, Andrei Petrovic, learnt his lesson at turn 11 when he rearranged the barriers on the outskirts of the corner. If anyone gets a bit too close to that grass, that wet grass, that will pitch them sideways and exit stage right. In the meantime, Lachlan Robinson is now within 7/10, maybe even less than that now, as they're coming through into turn numbers 5 and 6. Some great jewels up and down the order. As Philip Vava is ahead of the Dutch driver from RB Motorsport, Sem Van Thiel, the 370. And the sun is trying to break through the clouds. It's adding a bit of an interesting dynamic in terms of visibility, but hopefully that might assist the drivers. As Elia Galvanin is trying to go up the inside of Matthias Kron from Denmark, and the Dane just literally sprints like a primed racehorse, just puts the power down out of turn number 11 and launches past the Italian as if he was standing still. But now the battle for the race lead, it started to extend between second and third place, because Fahin Mega dropped a lot of time to Janis Diak to the tune of over 2.5 tenths of a second. So just under 3 minutes remain of this final senior Rotax heat. And Lewis Gilbert, the way things are going at the moment, he's got an opportunity. I have seen in the meantime that Lachlan Robinson has got past Alexander Abkazava for 5th place. And Abkazava looking to go up the inside. The Dubai-based driver through into turn 11. Robinson knows that that's not going to happen. He's taking a slightly different racing line. Robinson's first true taste in the wet was back at the International Trophy at Portimao back in December of 2020, having been rescheduled from July during the pandemic to Portimao in December, like literally just before Christmas. Now he's starting to pull away from the Georgian. So Gilbert now starting to stretch his advantage. And he is quicker by nearly 0.3 of a second over Janis Diak. Eli Galvan, in the meantime, has got past Denmark's Mathias Kroner for 14th position, as the sun is again starting to try and break through, and there is a little bit of a different sheen of glare coming up from the tarmac here at the circuit. Gilbert goes on to another lap. Lap number 8 completed, lap 9 underway. His lead over Janis Diak now extends to a second. Behind Mega, further 1.1 seconds behind in third place. Pianitsola, Robinson, Abkazava, Nielsen, Ganem, Arens and Scowler. Philip Bava is still in 11th position. There might have been a little bit of a change. Just coming through turn 5 and into turn 5 and heading into turn number 6. So they're having to manually check when Philip Bava crosses the line. He currently has no transponder, from what I understand, as we're heading into the final 15 seconds of the race, plus an additional lap. A little bit of an attempt, probably from Bennett Arens, on Rashid Ghanem going through turn number 11, as the timer counts down. And Gilbert now heads on to the penultimate lap. It's going to be 11 laps in total, as the timer expires. Advantage now is 1.3 seconds between Gilbert and Stiak. Gilbert on course for 2 wins today here in Wackersdorf. The majority of the field now having made their way through turn number 3 and into 4. Lewis Gilbert powers his way to turn number 11. Sweeps out wide, puts the power down, now on the brakes, keep it nice and in a straight line, go towards the outside line, then now put the power down to get the traction. Full help of the waft behind him. A bit of understeer going into turn 13, but that's very much the case with wet weather conditions. Last lap board is out. Gilbert now has a lead of nearly 1.4 seconds ahead of Stiak. Mega a further 1.4 seconds. Well, literally, it's 1.398 seconds between Gilbert and Stiak, and between Stiak and Mega, it's exactly the same gap. Never seen that in quite a while. Matteo Pianitsola, Lachlan Robinson, Alexander Abkazava, Luke Neeson, Rashid Ghanem, Bennett Arens and Zach Scowler rounding out the top 10 at the moment. Race leader now making his way towards the penultimate, the last hairpin on the circuit. And then turns 13 and 14. Janis Stiak gave him a fright at first, but the pride of Scotland comes through. Turns number 13 and 14. It's a double victory here today for Lewis Gilbert in the 3:29, beating Janis Stiak, his teammate, to the victory by just under 1.5 seconds. Farin Mega rounds out the top 3 positions with Matteo Pianitsola, Lachlan Robinson, Alexander Abkazava, Luke Neeson, Rashid Ghanem, Bennett Arens and Zach Scowler rounding out the top 10 places. So that makes it 2 wins for Lewis Gilbert, 1 for Fagen Mega, 1 for Lachlan Robinson, 1 for Kai Hunter, and 1 in the penultimate heat of the day, Kai Gillerts. So a convincing, comfortable victory for the Scotsman. Let's have a look at the rest of the results from 11th downwards. Philip Valver from Spain ended up in 11th at the flag, ahead of Sem van Tiel, Zombor Kovac, Elia Galvanin and Jason Leung in 15th, rounding out the top 20. It's Matthias Krohn from Denmark, Matej Richter from the Czech Republic, Devian Horst from the Netherlands, Arnold Domingo from Hungary, Mete Argun from Austria, and Israel's Yaren Schultz rounding out the 21-strong grid, all making it to the checkered flag after 11 laps of racing.
Habe ich gemacht. Ich hab's erledigt.
So we turn our attention now to the final heat for DD2 here at Wackersdorf. And so far, over the course of the day, we've had 2 different winners. Martin van Leeuwen from the Netherlands taking Heat 1, and current championship leader Mark Kimber taking Heat number 2. Will it be a case that we might have 3 different winners from 3 different races? So here is the grid for our third and final DD2 heat, not just of this weekend, but also of the 2022 season. It's Ville Villainen and Mark Kimber on the front row. Pedersen and Martin van Leuven rounding out the top two rows. Leonardo Baccaglini and Philip Moitzi on row 3, with row 4 completed by Matthias Jette Jakobsen and Maxime Deritz. Row 5 completing the top 10, Ragnar Pedersen, Stan Pex, with Patrick Snolls, Lochmelis and Jakob Bezel rounding out row 6. Lawrence Eifried and Tino Egeskov rounding out row 7 ahead of Charlie Anderson and Edward Matthews on row 8. Row 9, it's Hannes Walter and Lucas Thompson, with Niklas Crones and Florian Breitenbach rounding out the top 20. Completing the 33-strong grid, Philip Jepsen from Denmark, Germany's Finn Stiak, Denmark's Carl Borgaard, Canada's Lucas Pernod, Slovenia's Zenderua. I know his good wife Sarah is watching at home, being a bit of a couch potato, which she said on Instagram earlier. He starts 25th ahead of Manuel Tenchad, Ilias Kaliakmanis from Greece, Lithuania's Andrius Zinkevicius, Matis Malinovskis from Latvia, Hugo Schwarzer from Germany, Alessandro Glauser from Switzerland, Benjamin Unterberger from Austria, and Rasmus Vendelbo bringing up the rear of the field. But it has been a good drive from the Dane so far. He's made up multiple positions, got himself into the top 11 and also into the top 15 over the last 2 heats. So 10 minutes on the clock. Red lights ignited on the starting gantry for the penultimate heat of the 2022 Rotax Max Challenge Euro Trophy season. Thanks, Sarah, for the response on Instagram. That's the wonders of social media these days, folks. So the drivers ready themselves for another 10 minutes plus an additional lap. Into the tram lines we go, revs rise, lights are out. And we're underway. Who's going to get the run to turn 1 first? Looks to be Villainen. Kimber outside of everybody else, and he's gone very, very wide through turn 3. That's going to give him run of momentum, but he gets forced a little bit wide. And Van Leuven, I think, might have made the jump on everybody and gotten up into the lead of the race. They make their way through into turn 6. It is Van Leuven, Villainen. Amongst others, we have got a yellow flag because someone has had a pirouette coming out of turn number 5, and that was the 488 of Tino Egeskov that has ended up at the back end of the field. So another turnaround, this time at one of the most precarious parts on the circuit. And it's the 461 that this time is 180 degrees the wrong way. That's Niklas Crones from Germany. So Kaliakmanis, I understand, has started from the dummy grid. So I had to wait for everyone to get through and get past. But now, side-by-side Sodi carts. Well, that was very, very close indeed. That was between Philip Moitzi and Peter Bezel as they make their way through down into turn number 4. Look at the deluge of spray as the 32 strong grid making their way through turn number 3. And someone definitely went off track there, going through out of turn number 5 and towards turn 6, but managed to get it back onto the black stuff rather quickly. So Van Leuven leads from Villainen. The gap was 1.7 seconds. That might be expanding. But on the Finns' heels is Philip Moitzi and Peter Bezel. Ed Matthews all the way up to P5. So the man from Dan Holland Racing, normally mechanics for the likes of James Roberts over in the United Kingdom. As I think that might have been a change for position between Jette Jakobsen and possibly Baccaglini, or maybe even Stan Pex. Stan Pex is actually second in the SP Motorsport train, because it looks like they've got Patrick Snolls Lochmelis just sandwiched in between them. Van Leuven's cantered away into the distance. That's Lawrence Seyfried now up past Jette Jakobsen. That's for P8 on the road. Seyfried casually using the curves. Lucas Thompson. Oh, Kimber's had an absolute shocker. He's been passed by the German, and now the championship leader in 11th place. So there have been more twists and turns in today's racing, as Bezel now makes his way past Moitzi. So the reigning and defending champion now up into P3. Moitzi looking towards the outside through turn 11. That's going to open the door for Ed Matthews. And Ed Matthews gets a bit rambunctious coming out of turn 11 and now up into P4. Great drive by Ed in the wet. Now I'm going to have a look at exactly where he started. So 458, he started 16th and now is genuinely up into 4th position. And now he's got a chance at going against the reigning and defending champion. Side by side, 2x2, hurrah. A little bit further back down the order, the likes of Lucas Thompson possibly getting side by side with Lawrence Seyfried going through into turns 1 and 2. And as Matthews still has Moitzi for company. As they go through into turn number 6. More deluge of spray just behind. You've got Loch Mellis. And Moitzi retakes the position, but Matthews gets to run through into turn 8. Onto the curbs. Moitzi keeps it pinned round the outside, and the Austrian remains ahead. Oh, and a touch. There was a little bit of a touch there from Loch Mellis on Matthews. The DHR driver ending up having a little bit of a touch, which put him sideways. But still, to have a great run in these wet weather conditions. And he said to me, I've done plenty of senior Rotax driving in the wet, never in DD2. Well, now he's learning a lot, as he has, I think that was Stan Peck's up the inside, but he might have got the undercut. And he has got it, so Matthews still in 6th position, a little bit further back. Kimber is struggling. Lucas Thompson has passed him, and now so is Jakob Bezel. Kimber goes on the offensive. Kimber now down into what will be 11th position. Matthews still trying to be steadfast and get past Moitzi. Goes very wide into the approach into turn number 6, but Stan Pex looks to have got the job done. And Leonardo Baccaglini is all the way down in 14th position. More importantly, behind him is Maxim Drix, the weekend winner back at Marienburg in the second weekend of July. Here comes Charlie Anderson up the inside of Mark Kimber through turn number 9. Kimber is losing positions hand over fist right now. And then he's got Drix just behind. I think Baccaglini has been passed. And that'll be by, Rasmus Vendelbo's at it again. From 33rd on the grid, we've got 2 retirements. Ilias Kaliakmanis, countryman to good old DJ Liveris. I should have sent him the stream link so he could have had a watch. Oh, there's a bit of a side-by-side action. And that is Vendelbo versus Drix. Drix pulls to the inside, takes the racing line, and the Dane gets through on the Belgian. They're side-by-side on the run down to turn number 4. Drix goes wide, high, wide and handsome. And that allows Baccaglini to get through. And then Vendelbo gets past, of all people, Mark Kimber. Kimber goes for the switchback through into turn 6, takes the tighter racing line. Vendelbo hangs it round the outside and then on Drix, and then goes through on turn 7 on Kimber, who reasserts himself through turn number 8. Some great dueling and dicing in this third DD2 heat. But it's Martin van Leuven who's on course to put himself at the best foot forward, because he's in the lead at the moment, and his gap over Ville Villainen from Finland is now 3.6 seconds as we're about to complete lap 6 with just 3.5 minutes remaining on the clock. I think for Mark Kimber it's more a case of just surviving to the end of the race and then just see what happens tomorrow. Because only the top 2 in the championship standings get the tickets to the Rotax Max Challenge Grand Finals at Portimao in November. 3 minutes 10 on the clock. Zen Drua making a move, and that was on Matis Malinovskis. Malinovskis gets back past. And then Drua goes side by side on the exit of turn number 4, just behind them. They've got Alessandro Glauser. I normally see him in DD2 Masters, but he fancied a challenge and got in with the DD2 crowd, and he started in 31st position. And he's taking a page out of Rasmus Vendelbo's book. Vendelbo now up into 14th. Lucas Thompson now in the top 10 as he's trying to challenge Jakob Bezel. Jakob Bezel took the 2019 title. 2020, it was Zander Schiblak and Peder's brother Peder's brother Jakob. Well, it was Jakob Bezel that took the title back in 2019, but his brother Peder took the win last year. Oh, Thompson side by side through turns 1 and 2, and the German gets sideways. Uses the apex curbing on turn 3 to slow the kart down. And now, has he got a run? We're going to try and attempt it through into turn number 5. Has to back out of it, lift off the throttle, apply a small amount of brake. Now tries to send it through turn 6. And is the over-under going to happen? Yes, it is. And there's a touch. And Thompson goes on to the dirt. And that allows Charlie Anderson, the Swede from KR Sport, to get through. So that was now, well, Thompson was battling for 8th. Now he's down to 10th. And there is Matthias Jette Jakobsen. Kimber is battling away with Baccaglini. And that's Vendel. That is 447. That's Rasmus Vendelbo. And there is Leonardo Baccaglini. Oh, Kimber gets a great run out of turn number 11. Sprints to turn 12, blocks the door up the inside of Baccaglini, goes the Brit. And then the Dane, Vendelbo, tries to get through, but Baccaglini gets through on him, gets the launch out of the corner. The Vendelbo up the inside, Baccaglini trying to hang it around the outside, and the Italian won't make it through, and he loses significant ground in the process. This is an all-out dogfight here in DD2 this afternoon, folks. A little bit further back, a place lost by Alessandro Glauser to Niklas Crones, so that will be for 19th place, but great work by Alessandro Glauser to make it up what was 12 positions. I'll make that back to 11. Philip Moitzi, there has been a development. Philip Moitzi has dropped all the way down to the back of the order, and he might be out of the running. So Moitzi had a good run in Heat 2, but Heat 1, it didn't work out for him. Well, Heat 1, he was actually DQ'd, but in Heat 2, he had a better run. There's your race leader with 11 seconds on the clock. Martin van Leeuwen from the Netherlands. Winner of Heat number 1. Kimber took the spoils in Heat 2, and Philip Moitzi is going to become the 3rd retiree. We're down from 33 to 30 runners in this race. So Moitzi, a disaster for the Austrian. He's got to do all that hard work tomorrow. He's got a massive mountain to climb here in Bavaria. And now with the penultimate lap very much underway, Van Leeuwen is just a couple of corners away from taking the last lap board of the penultimate heat of the 2022 Euro Trophy season. And what a spirited drive. Rasmus Vendelbo, I hope he doesn't get a front fairing penalty, because that's his best effort yet. He's up into P12 from 33rd on the grid. 21 places gained by the Dane. Now the final lap is well and truly underway. Our race leader now making his way out of turn number 4 and into turn 5. So Van Leeuwen will put himself on a very, very good foot forward for tomorrow. But in Heat 2, he managed to finish in 9th place. But just a handful of corners remain as our Rotax Max Challenge Euro Golden Trophy winner, who went on to win the grand finals in the sands and the heat of the Persian Gulf in Bahrain last December, here in the wet in Wackersdorf. He's just 2 corners away, over the crest, one more time. And now Van Leeuwen powers out of the final corner, and it's 2 for the Dutchman here in DD2. Second is going to be Willy Villainen, who is being closed in on by Peder Bezel, who got the gap down by over 0.6 of a second to just under 0.4 by the checkered, as the Czech Republic driver rounds out the top 3. Patrick Snolls Lockmelis in 4th, with Stampex representing the Netherlands completing the top 5. Edward Matthews from Great Britain, a spirited drive from the DHR driver, having started a considerable way down the field. So the 4.58 started 16th, finishes in 6th position. Lawrence Seyfried from Germany. Jakob Bezel, the 2019 DD2 Euro Trophy champion, finishes in 8th ahead of Charlie Anderson from Sweden, who started in 15th, finished in 9th. And Lucas Thompson ended up rounding out the top 10 places representing Germany. Following that, it was Matthias Jette Jakobsen, Rasmus Vendelbo with another significant amount of positional gains. He goes 12th at the end of it. The championship leader, Mark Kimber, finds himself down at 13th. Leonardo Baccaglini and Estonia's Ragnar Veres. Maxim Didix, Niklas Kain, Zenderua, Manuel Tanchet, Alessandro Glauser ran out the top 20. Great drive from the Swiss driver. Very much steeled in DD2 Masters, but fancied a challenge this weekend, and by golly has he got one. Matis Malinovskis, Karl Borgard, Lucas Pernod, Florian Breitenbach, Finn Stiak, Hugo Schwarzer, Tino Egeskov, Philip Jepsen, Andreas Sinkevicius, and Benjamin Unterberger ran out the 30 that finished all 11 laps. On lap 7 we lost Philip Moitzi, Hannes Border we lost on lap 2, and Ilias Kaliakmanis unfortunately not making it past lap number 1. And for those wondering what is going on at the moment, they are actually taking pictures of the front fairings. I did see so Lucas Thompson might have a... Lucas Thompson, oh, Rasmus Vendelbo's got a front fairing penalty as well, so there has been some taken. Oh, right, there's been quite a few being handed out. So that'll be Mark Kimber. I did see Lawrence Seyfried having that as well. So 10 front fairing penalties in heat number 2 for DD2. So that's 23 combined front fairing penalties over the first 2 heats. So there could be quite a few coming in this heat here. And there are our drivers that will be going out for the 15th and final heat of today. It's the final race on the heat stages of the 2022 Rotax Max Challenge Euro Trophy. Up next, closing out the show today, will be DD2 Masters. And I have to doff my cap to every single one of them, because they decided to go out when it started to rain on slick tyres. We got a wonderful drifting display from quite a few of them. Even got a little pirouette in the process as well. But so far, in terms of the amount of races that have been, well, the racing that has transpired over the course of today, has been a pretty good one for Martinas Stankiewicz, taking pole position yesterday and also having won both heats. He won the second heat, which was done in wet weather conditions with slick tyres, by 19 seconds ahead of his closest competitor, who is the driver on the right-hand side for those watching on the screens at home, Dennis Thum, who leads the championship going into tomorrow with just 30 points advantage. So here is your grid for the 15th heat, and it's the final heat of the 2022 season. Steely 2 Masters, heat number 3. From Lithuania, the 5.33 of Martinas Stankevičius leads from pole position. Alongside him, the current championship leader, with just 2 finals to go tomorrow. Dennis Thun from Germany in the 5.44. Michael Becker in the 5.26, also representing Germany, will start on the inside of row 2 in 3rd position and will be joined by Dutchman Thierry de Jong in the 5.88, with Reiner Born rounding out the 5-strong grid in the 5.86. So the red lights ignited on the starting gantry for what will be the final time today. Can it be a clean sweep heading into tomorrow for Lithuania's Martinas Stankevičius, who gave us a bit of a Tokyo drift display in race number 2. Now the drivers will start closing up into formation ahead of 10 minutes plus an additional lap of racing. So the drivers now head into the tram lines. Lights are out, we're off and racing. Stankevičius takes the initial hold shot as Thierry de Jong slingshots past Michael Becker on the start phase and takes 3rd position as they head into turn 4 for the first time. And it's getting a bit close here because now Dennis Thun has got Michael Becker swarming all over the back bumper going through turns 9 and 10. The 2 Germans side by side into turn number 11. Thierry de Jong slots in front of Reiner Born. But Dennis Thun takes the title line through turn number 12. Becker gets the overspeed. Will he be able to power through? No. And Thierry de Jong is going to mug the pair of them on the run down to turn number 13. Becker trying to get through on Thun. So there is a squabble. Stankevičius is away in clear, and the rest of the field are battling. So de Jong now puts himself into 2nd position. And Thun trying to get through, and then Becker just literally does the old crossover out of turn 4, puts the hammer down and slingshots past. Reiner Born keeping pace with him at the moment. And looks to go, well, he did a bit of curb hopping, did the 5.86, running on the Tony Kart chassis. But Stankevičius already has a... Oh, right, so Reiner Born has got a 5-second time penalty, maybe for all 4 wheels outside of the tram lines. But I will wait for that to be confirmed. So Stankevičius is cruising away like it's a Saturday afternoon drive in the sunshine. But unfortunately here in Wackersdorf, it's very, very wet indeed. And his lead over Thierry de Jong now stretches to just over 4 seconds. De Jong now 7/10 of a second ahead of Michael Becker, who's got Dennis Thun around about 4/10 of a second behind. Thierry de Jong had some confidence in the wet, and now he's showing this. As we head past 3 minutes elapsed, just under 7 minutes to go, as Dennis Thum trying to close in on the braking zone into turn number 12 on Michael Becker. Now the gap has slightly closed because on that particular occasion, after lap number 3, Thierry de Jong was slightly quicker. Dennis Thum going tighter on the curves through turn 4. Becker's going to get the overspeed here, use the power, get the traction down a little bit quicker than the 544 from Kraft Motorsport, but still keeps ahead for third place. Wet weather conditions have proved to provide some with a little bit of daylight at the end of the tunnel, and others it's been a bit of a struggle. Dankovicius crosses the line to complete lap number 4. Here comes Thierry de Jong. Very interesting shot there from the camera on the gantry overlooking the start-finish line. Just seeing shadows rather than colour. But Dennis Thum has now got himself ahead of Michael Becker. Renaborn, who has got a 5-second time penalty coming his way. Still keeping them very, very honest. They third and fourth bump over the curves through the apex of turn number 5. Now Becker's got through onto him again, and oh, Becker's gone round. Becker went round and he shakes his head. He clobbered the curbs on the inside of turn 10, and it just spat the back end out to the right-hand side and pirouetted him around. So now he ends up at the back end of the field, losing a lot of ground to Dennis Thum and Renaborn in the process. And he nearly has a problem with the left-hand side of the run going down from turns 11 to 12. Thierry de Jong doing the old European lean as always, trying to get that traction down. Still remember when he was competing at the grand finals at Project T20 in Bahrain, and he said, yeah, I'm 10 kilos too heavy. Maybe that 10 kilos can be a little bit of an advantage in an internal combustion kart. So 6 minutes down, 4 to go, plus an additional lap. All we call time on today's proceedings. Dennis Thum starting to stride away from Renaborn, and the gap between them just under 1.1 seconds. Michael Becker, well, he's slightly slower. Not too sure if he's having to wrestle with the pass a little bit here, but he was slightly slower. 1 minute 5.740 on that particular last lap. But Martinas Dankovicius setting a best lap time for 1 minute 4.381. He's on course to have a clean sweep so far this weekend. Every single race he's had the fastest lap. He's also secured pole position. There's 2 more races to decide what could be a defining moment. Where we could have a potential of 5 different drivers taking the championship title for DD2 Masters. And what's more, an even more interesting statistic, could it be 5 different nations? 2018, it was Poland with Sławomir Melansky, Robert Topiszewski in 2019, who went on to win the grand finals in Sarno. And I was there willing him on, and he won it in front of a fantastic paddock that year. Sebastian Humpelhardt took the title back in 2020. And last year, Paul Louveau from France is the winner. Tourneval not back this year, but he is competing in the National Series de Karting over in France, and also the B&L Karting Series, and he has a chance to win the B&L Karting Series title in 2 weeks' time at the Home of Champions. Stankiewicz striding away into the distance, not quite to the level that we saw in the slicks on wet surface race that we had for Heat 2, still having a 7.7 second advantage over Thierry de Jong, his nearest competitor, out on track as he floors the throttle going over the crest into turns 13 and 14, picking up spray as the tyres bite down onto the tarmac. Through turns 1 and 2 goes the Lithuanian. There's Thierry de Jong using the curbing through turn 1, through the right-hand kink at turn 2. And Michael Becker has really started picking up the pace. He's less than 4 seconds behind Reneborn after that unfortunate spill that he had, sending him backwards. So he was trying to go the other way around the track, going through turn 10 and 9 backwards, rather than going the traditional way around this 1,222 metre circuit. So after this one, we'll have 2 more laps to go. Stankiewicz not that far away from having a clean sweep so far here at Wackersdorf. And the race leader now makes his way through right-hander at turn 3. De Jong now through the very, very fast 1-2 chicane. It's pretty much you can take it flat out on the dry. In the wet, you've got to have a different mindset and a different approach. So the timer has elapsed. We're on to our 10th and penultimate lap out of 11. And Martinas Stankiewicz making his way through turns 9 and 10 for what's going to be the penultimate time. Thierry de Jong coming through turn 9. Jumping over the curves through the apex of turn 10. That's what unsettled Michael Becker a few laps ago. Put him on the back foot. So last lap board is out, and it's being shown to our race leader from Lithuania, Martinas Stankiewicz, who now will cross the stripe. And his lead over Thierry de Jong, who now powers his way out of the final corner, adjusts the radiator flap. It's 8.4 seconds. Dennis Thum, 13.1 seconds off of Stankiewicz. In third place, Reneborn, who will have a 5-second time penalty. That will drop into 5th. Will find himself behind Michael Becker. But it's been a calm, collected, composed drive from this Lithuanian, this tall stature of an individual, one of the nicest guys in the paddock, but also a very, very competent and clinical racer. Through into turn number 12 comes Martinas Stankiewicz for the final time, the final 11th lap, and the final heats race lap of the 2022 season is going to go of the way of the Lithuanian as the 5:33 powers out of the final corner. It's a clean sweep on heat stay for Martinas Stankiewicz from Lithuania. Thierry de Jong will end the day on a good note in second position, 7.3 seconds behind the race winner. Dennis Thum crosses the line, 12.2 seconds away from the race leader in third. Reneborn will be fourth initially. His 5-second time penalty will drop him to 5th behind Michael Becker, who crosses the line. So Stankiewicz, clean sweep, pole position, fastest lap in all 3 races. And it's a good way to end the day for the Lithuanian as he goes into tomorrow's first final with an opportunity, not just possibly in the first race, but it's going to go down to the wire between him and Dennis Thum. He ends the day on a high note, taking 3 wins out of 3, finishing ahead of Thierry de Jong, Dennis Thum, Michael Becker through the adjusted results, Einar Bourne rounding out the 5-strong grid. So as the DD2 Masters drivers make their way into Parc Fermé, have their front fairings checked, get on the weighing scale, and just making sure that everything is shipshape in Bristol fashion, that's the day done and dusted here at the Pro Kart Raceland circuit in Wackersdorf. A big thank you to everyone that has been with us on the live stream all the way throughout yesterday evening and today. A big thank you to our marshalling team, Streckencrew KCT, and their leader, Camilo Rossinger, once again for such fantastic work. A big thank you to the teams, the drivers, the families, the supporters that have been here around the circuit all day long. That is it from us here at Pro Kart Raceland until tomorrow morning. The action resumes as the second chance heat will decide the final 6 senior Rotax drivers heading into the last 2 races of their championship season at 10:10 Central European summertime tomorrow morning. We'll have 4 more finals. We'll have 4 finals in the morning, and then after the lunch break, we'll have our final 4 races of 2022. And then we'll celebrate with our champions and 9 new ticket winners for 2022. Until then, good night. See you in the morning.